Government's Planning and Environmental Appeals Division. We're more commonly known as DPEA. I've been appointed by Scottish ministers to conduct an inquiry into the application for consent under Section 36 of the Electricity Act 1989 and deemed planning permission under Section 57 of the Town and Country Planning Scotland Act 1997 for the construction and operation of the proposed wind farm. This inquiry is being held because Aberdeenshire Council has lodged an objection, and that objection has not been withdrawn. After the inquiry, I will prepare a report for ministers which will include my recommendation on whether or not consent should be granted. The DPEA reference for this case is WIN-110-4. Documents for the case can be found under that reference on the DPEA website, which is www.dpea.scotland.gov.uk. And people will also see that reference if they look at our webcast page for the live recordings, well, the live broadcasts and the recordings. I've got a few housekeeping points to run through. This inquiry, as I've just intimated, is being live streamed onto the DPEA website, and a recording of each of the day's events will also be available to view there afterwards. So by participating today, you're consenting to the recording and storage and use of that material for the purposes of webcasting, training, and keeping a record which is accessible by the public. The camera generally focuses on the person who's speaking at the time, but it might take in some of the public seating, so if you're particularly keen not to be seen, you're most likely to be able to avoid the cameras if you sit towards the back of the hall. For the webcasting and the recording to work properly, we need to be disciplined in the use of our microphones. They need to be on when we're speaking and off at other times. These aren't the microphones we usually use. They're a bit more sophisticated. So those of you sitting around the desks with the microphone between you, there's two buttons. They're both on and off buttons, but you use the one on the side that's closest to you. So Mr. Campbell, for example, you'd use the one closest to you to put on and off. I've got an extra button, which is an override button. So if I need to come into the conversation, I can press that and do that easily, which is quite exciting, and I'm looking forward to opportunities to use that. If you need to move the microphones at all, just pick them up by the base, not the stalks, as with our usual microphones. Please make sure your phones and your other devices are on silent mode if you haven't got them switched off. Fire exits are to my right here and at the back of the room behind the public seating. We're not expecting a fire alarm this week. The toilets are in the downstairs hallway as you come in. Toilets and the ladies' toilets are in the same place but upstairs. We're not using the kitchen today formally, but they've put some water out and about and a couple of big flasks towards the back of the room, and I'll check whether they need topped up when we have a break later on. We've booked this building for the week. That means that participants can leave their things overnight during the week if they're happy to do so, but we do need to clear the building and then bring everything back on Monday or Tuesday next week, because some other people are using it at the weekend. And the other housekeeping point is just there's quite a few cables, so if you're moving around, just watch your footing and try not to trip. The programme for this inquiry was informed by a pre-examination meeting which was held here on the 24th of April, and which a lot of you were present for and participating in. A note of that meeting is available on the DPEA website, and there's a recording of it still on the DPEA webcast site too. We're going to have 5 different inquiry and hearing sessions over the course of this week and next, and they'll all be in this location. Most of them will run between 10 o'clock and about 4 o'clock each day. We're starting today with Cultural Heritage Inquiry Session, looking particularly at the setting of Sunhoney Stone Circle and Christchurch Stone Circle and Standing Stone. And we're expecting this inquiry to take 2 days, today and tomorrow. Then there'll be a Landscape and Visual Impact Inquiry Session starting on Thursday this week. We might be able to conclude that within 2 days as well, so by the end of the week, and if not, that will resume next Tuesday. Monday evening next week is the community hearing session, and during which we'll hear from 30 community representatives and local people. That's an evening session starting at 6:30 and it should be about 3 hours long. The remaining 2 sessions will be hearing sessions in the form of discussions that I'll chair, one on energy and planning policy and one on conditions. And we're hoping to finish all 5 sessions by the end of Wednesday next week. We've got Thursday booked in for the venue as an overrun session in case anything does overrun. Main purpose of all of these sessions is to make sure that I understand the positions of different parties on the topics that we'll be discussing. Where there are disputes, I need to make sure I'm very clear on the reasons for them so that I can explain that in my report. As we progress through the inquiry, I'll be listening to make sure the evidence and questioning stays focused on the particular topics that are relevant to each session. However, as well as the evidence which I take during these sessions, I will also be considering the environmental impact assessment report and the other application documents, along with all of the matters that have been raised in consultation responses and in the written representations that were submitted to the Scottish Government in response to the application. And I've also requested and received further written submissions on a variety of topics. And again, all of that information is available to look at on the DPA website. The inquiry reports, hearing statements, precognitions and supporting documents that parties are going to be referring to in each of these sessions are also on the website. The applicants provided access to an electronic set of reference documents for the room if any members of the public want to look at them. They're on a desk under the window towards the back near the public seating, and I'm sure somebody from the applicants team will be able to help you access those if you need to. Various parties have been submitting additional documents over the course of the last couple of weeks, and some of those have been submitted. They might not have been accepted. I mean, they might not all have found their way onto the documents list that we keep updated from time to time, but they will all be on the DPA website. In a moment, I'm going to give participants an opportunity to ask questions on anything that I've said so far or to raise any important matters arising before I move on to introduce the cultural heritage session. One matter that I know we need to discuss, or it would be worth raising, relates to conditions. On Thursday last week, Hofwig submitted a set of comments and questions relating to the proposed conditions that the applicant's been preparing in discussion with the council. It was unexpected because of its timing and also because Hofwig had submitted already a conditions hearing statement that was particularly focused on the operational noise condition. I've yet to make a decision on whether I can accept the additional Hofwig comments, but it does appear to me that there is some relevant content in them. I'll ask Hofwig to briefly explain the late submission, and then I'll take views from other parties if people want to say anything. So, Mr. Campbell, do you want to say anything?
Good morning, ma'am. I'm John Campbell. I'm representing Hofwig in this inquiry. In relation to the submission about conditions, lately added to my team have been 6 community councils who, of course, have always been parties to this inquiry, but have not, strictly speaking, been represented by me. So I invited them to consider the conditions. In addition, Hofwig is a very disparate group containing quite a large number of people. So the reason is quite simple. It took a little while, longer than I would have wished, to aggregate all that material together and to identify which of the standard conditions were not being used and why that might be, and to take on board any additional comments that the community councils had about the use of conditions. Of course, there's much more to it than that, a lot of toing and froing and emails and phone calls and so on, but that essentially is the reason. And I apologise if there is felt to be a measure of inconvenience. I doubt, frankly, whether those who are far better resourced than a third-party group would have too much difficulty with them. But nevertheless, there they are for whatever you want to make of them. I hope that's a help.
Okay, the community councils are already a participating group in that and had also submitted a hearing statement. I think there were 4 conditions or matters set out there. So this is it, they were already participating, but not initially represented by you. That's the difference.
Correct. And hadn't addressed themselves through any sort of legal mind as to how conditions work, because there is a perception that conditions can do things which actually they can't, and so that needed to be corrected.
I'll take comments from other parties. Mr Trinick.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, the reason that you set out a pathway to the inquiry incorporating looking at conditions was that it takes time. And Aberdeenshire Council has cooperated very fully with us in order to reach as much agreement as we can on conditions. Ditto with HES, they've been extremely helpful as well. It's not for me to object to Hofwig and the Community Councils wanting to put in conditions now. I just point out that it's very kind of Mr Campbell to assume that we have lots of resources, but we're doing lots of other things at this inquiry. And it will take time to go through what I understand from Amy Howard, sitting to my right, quite a long list of points that have been made about the conditions and I'd make no comment on this point, at the very last moment. So it may well extend the condition session quite considerably if we are to consider these points. Nevertheless, ma'am, we're in your hands. If you want us to look at them, we will look at them.
Okay, thank you. Would the council like to say anything on this?
Thank you, ma'am. The council has no difficulty, should you consider it fit, ma'am, to allow the conditions to be received at this stage.
Thank you. And would HES like to say anything?
Thank you, ma'am. No comment from Historic Environment Scotland, so neutral on the point, given that HES's interest is focused just really on one particular condition.
If I may just come back, ma'am.
Yeah, Mr Campbell.
Really, in conclusion, the reason we're having a hearing is to iron these points out, not just to nod at each other across the room and say we agree. There can be debate about language and there can be debate about content, but you have assigned time for this purpose. And there aren't, frankly, in my experience, that many conditions. I'm obliged. Thank you.
Just say, ma'am, normally I'd agree, but there's a lot of material put forward by Hofwig and the community councils which will require debate, which might have been put to bed had these points been received earlier, but I'll leave it there.
Okay, thank you to everybody for those comments. I think when I was introducing the point, I said I thought that some of the content might be relevant, so it might be that I accept it, but it's not complete. And if people have further comment when they see the decision that I issue, then I'll listen to that. So I'll confirm my decision on that and any parameters that I might want to set out, and I'll update parties on that before the conditions hearing starts, ideally this week. So do today's participants have any other questions on the matters I've outlined this morning or any other urgent matters that need to be raised? Mr Trinick.
Just to update you, funnily enough, on conditions, that there is a further version which will emerge as between Aberdeenshire Council and the applicant, refining one or two outstanding points of disagreement yet further, which I hope will be helpful. Those conditions relate to noise and tree management. They're just those two topics. The other thing to brief you on is that there is an outstanding objection from National Air Traffic Services, NATS. Agreement has been reached with NATS, as between NATS and the applicant, and that will result in the withdrawal of their objection shortly, I should say, whatever shortly means.
Okay, thank you. And I'll look out for any update that might come in from NATS then on their participation. They're down as a possible participant in that session. Mr Campbell.
3 points. I haven't been favoured with a copy of this latest version of the conditions, so it would be helpful if I could be. Secondly, there is a statement of agreed matters with which I was not asked, my clients were not asked to cooperate in the process of adjusting that between the applicants and the council, but it's quite possible that agreement could have been reached on some of the matters therein. And thirdly, there is, surprisingly perhaps, a considerable public interest in the objection by Aberdeen International, including correspondence between Hofwig and them, to which no reply whatever has been received. So if I may put the matter neutrally, there is interest in discovering what the nature of the agreement is between the developer and Aberdeen International. in generic terms. Of course, there is no desire to intrude on private commercial space, but nevertheless, the solution must have some sort of character. And I just tell you now that there is public interest in this.
Okay, I'll note that interest. I think there are 3 people from Aberdeen Airport coming to the conditions hearing, so hopefully that would be a chance to
I'm obliged, ma'am. Thank you.
give a summary of that. Okay, anything else people want to raise? Okay, I'll take the names now of the people who are going to be taking part in the Cultural Heritage Inquiry session. I'll start with Mr. Trinick for the applicant. Okay, and you've got Mr. Shirley and Mr. Kerr with you too.
Gavin Shirley sits to
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Brown for the council, please.
Thank you, ma'am. I am Ewan Brown, Junior Counsel at the Scottish Bar, appearing this morning for the Council. The Council's case will primarily be presented by Senior Counsel Mr James Finlay, KC, who should be here for this afternoon's session. Sitting to your left, ma'am, I'm accompanied by James Hewitt from the Council. He is a Senior Planner with the Council and is part of the Strategic Development Delivery Team there. To Mr Hewitt's left, or your left, is Mr Rob McIntosh. He is a solicitor with the Council and also the Principal Development Obligations Officer for the Council.
Okay, thank you. And today, unlike other sessions, you're mainly here to observe and you're not presenting a witness.
That's correct, ma'am.
Mr. Milne for Hes.
Thank you, ma'am. My name is Douglas Milne. I am a partner at Morton Fraser McRoberts, instructed at this inquiry on behalf of Historic Environment Scotland, otherwise referred to as HES. I'm instructed by Dr Anne McSween, who is sitting almost immediately behind me, and accompanied by other officers of HES, Ms Adele Shaw and Ms Dr Iona Murray. To my left is the HES witness whom I'll be leading, Ms Nicola Hall, and to my right is my colleague Cameron Gregg.
And Mr. Cameron
Thank
Campbell
you,
for Hopford.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning. My name is John Campbell. I'm a retired King's Counsel and appear in this case as a layman representing Hoffwig. I'm accompanied today by Mr Louis Backwell, who is sitting to my left.
Okay, thank you very much. And as we go through the inquiry, the other sessions, there'll be some additional participants. They'll include Aberdeen Airport, the Community Councils, Mr George Rogerson and Mr Andrew Wells, potentially Nats, but potentially not if they're in agreement now. So I'll take introduction from parties again as we start each new session. I've carried out 2 unaccompanied site visits to the monuments that we'll be discussing today, Sunhoney and Christchurch. The first of those took place on the 24th of April after the pre-examination meeting, with tree leaf cover still incomplete. I went again in late May when leaf cover was fuller, and I do intend to visit both of the stone circles again. The applicant and HES have previously suggested that a site visit accompanied by the cultural heritage witnesses might be helpful. So depending on how much time we're going to spend sitting around the tables in the inquiry, parties might want to consider whether that's something that might be time for within this fortnight's programme. You can think on that and see how we get on, or I'll take any comments now if people have them.
Ma'am, thank you. Yes, the HES position is that an accompanied site visit to both of the monuments would be helpful, and certainly if it could be accommodated within the inquiry timetable over the course of these 2 weeks, that would be very much appreciated.
And are People's Cultural Heritage witnesses here next week for the condition and policy sessions as well?
Yes, ma'am.
No.
Okay, so it would be this week would be more convenient on that front. Okay. I'm going to take evidence today from the applicant first, which is the conventional order, then propose to take evidence from HES, followed by Hofwig. As we've just mentioned, the council's not giving evidence in this session. Parties shouldn't give repetitive evidence. I'm happy for parties to simply say they agree with evidence that's already been presented, where there are aligned views. The scope of this session is limited to impact on the setting of the 2 stone circles at Christchurch and Sunhoney. I'm just re-emphasising that because there's commentary on some other cultural heritage assets and some of the inquiry reports and recognitions. I'm not intending to expand the scope of the cultural heritage session to accommodate discussion on other assets. For anybody who is watching, who's not familiar with the inquiry process, the sequence for each witness will be as follows. Firstly, the witness will give evidence in chief, drawn from their recognition and inquiry report. They'll then be cross-examined by the opposing parties. I may ask questions, and then the witness will be re-examined by their legal representative. After all the sessions have concluded, parties will have the opportunity to submit closing statements in writing. I don't expect that to be done orally within the sessions. The deadline for those submissions has been set out in the note of the pre-examination meeting, and that also states that I'll need summaries of parties' positions for inclusion within my report. And the deadlines for that work are Friday the 22nd of September for HES and Hofwig, and 1 week later, Friday the 29th of September for the applicant. I'm happy for people to read short extracts from precognitions as an introduction to their evidence, and I'm equally happy if precognitions are taken as read. It would be helpful to know what documents people plan to use as each section begins, and thank you, the applicant's already given me a list, so that was very helpful. Just before we start the evidence, can I just remind parties and observers too about the importance of being courteous to each other throughout the proceedings. You'll undoubtedly hear things that you don't agree with, but please be polite and respectful in how you respond. Give other parties the time and the patience they need to give their evidence and answer questions as you would hope for yourself. So now we can get fully underway. And I will invite Mr. Trinick to introduce his witness.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to ask Ms Garcia to read only section 3, or paragraph 313.14 of her precognition, leaving the rest as read. There will then be some additional questions. Those questions will be taken from evidence given by others, and for that purpose certain documents will be needed. I've already passed a note to you, ma'am. They are 208, and that is the RES response to HES, following its consultation response. 1514, which is Nicola Hall's inquiry report. 1525A, which is part of the publication by Welfare. 1325, which is a further part of that publication. And 1326, the winter visuals produced by the applicant. That's the extent of the document list required. So, Ms Garcia, would you please read from your precognition, starting at paragraph 31.
Thank you. Recumbent stone circles. These are a type of prehistoric monument dating from the late Neolithic to Bronze Age, particular to Aberdeenshire. Analysis has identified a number of features on which there is a general consensus among experts, which are unique to RSCs. I'll just say that for time. These are a large horizontal recumbent slab set on its side, flanked by two taller standing stones, recumbent arrangement being in the southwest quadrant of the circle, different colours of stone and the use of quartz, and the heights of stone in the circle tapering down away from the recumbent, the smallest being opposite, and then funerary elements in the interior. It is also agreed that these monuments were not built in one phase, with a number being constructed around an early cairn. There is considerably less consensus regarding the function of RSCs. This makes discussions regarding what elements of the setting contribute to cultural significance more difficult. All theories are given equal weight. However, it is considered the most plausible explanations are related to funerary activity and the importance of the internal space, both for burning activity and inward views. However, all elements of setting relating to other possible functions have been considered. Sun honey. This scheduled monument is located on a raised knoll at approximately 125 metres above Ordnance Datum. The circle is 25 metres in diameter and located surrounded by a 19th century plantation wall with tree planting around the perimeter, limiting views in particular to the south. The farmstead of Sun Honey is located directly southeast along with a number of modern large agricultural sheds. 0.3 kilometres south are the buildings of Millhole House, and there is an overhead line mounted on a pylon 0.1 kilometres northeast of the asset, with a line of pylons extending across the landscape north of the asset. In views looking south from within the RSC, within the frame of the recumbent setting, and in views possibly associated with lunar observations, the visibility of turbines varies from blades and hubs to being entirely screened. These views are more noticeable during winter due to the heavy tree screening, and even then would be glimpsed only. I think we're referring to the winter visuals later, so. There is no evidence before this inquiry that vegetation would be removed around the perimeter of the monument. The turbines would be behind the ridge of the hill, along the skyline, with forestry in the foreground. This view and the lunar association are considered to form factors of setting contributing to cultural significance. However, it must be considered there is no consensus that views southwest over the recumbent setting or lunar associations are primary or key elements of the setting. However, given the possibility these do contribute to the experience, an adverse impact has been attributed. Impacts upon setting must consider all factors which contribute to the way the asset is understood, experienced, and appreciated. There will be no views of the scheme when looking northeast across the recumbent. Inward views are focused on the interior of the circle, not to landscape aspects beyond. The association with Christchurch Stone Circle will not experience any change. The approach along Gormac Burn will not experience any change. The intrinsic and associative characteristics of this monument will not experience any impact, nor will any of the elements upon which there is expert consensus. While the presence of the scheme, 2.4 kilometres south of the asset, would cause an adverse impact to some factors of setting, which would affect the ability to experience the asset, a level of effect which was considered significant in EIA terms, it is not considered that this level of impact affects the integrity of the asset. The ability to understand and appreciate the asset would not be impacted. The changes to the factors of setting that contribute to cultural significance would not be such that the ability to understand, appreciate, and experience the asset would not be adequately retained. Christchurch. This scheduled monument is formed of two elements, the stone circle and a standing stone located 25 metres north within woodland. The stone circle is located within the graveyard of and directly adjacent to the 18th century Category B listed Midmar Church. The church and the graveyard are excluded from the scheduling. The surroundings of this asset are characterised by modern surfacing material, managed vegetation and gravestones. There is also dense tree planting around the edges of the churchyard which provide significant screening even in winter. The proposed scheme would be glimpsed through existing vegetation to a slightly greater extent in winter in views south. The turbines would be over the ridge of the hills and would be visible within the frame of the recumbent setting and in views possibly associated with lunar observations. Views from this direction are dominated by the modern 20th century graveyard in the foreground, as beyond this is a dense screen of vegetation with only filtered views of the landscape beyond. Glimpsed views of turbines in this view south over the recumbent setting, which are considered to potentially make a contribution to cultural significance, will cause an adverse impact, but this is considered to be low. It's the only aspect of the setting which will be impacted by the scheme. As stated above, setting is only one element forming the overall cultural significance of the asset. The intrinsic and associative characteristics of the monument will not experience any impact, nor will any of the elements upon which there is expert consensus regarding RSCs. The presence of the scheme, 2.8 kilometres south of the asset, would cause an adverse impact to one factor of setting, which would affect the ability to experience the asset. It is not considered that this level of impact affects the integrity of the asset, nor would the effect be of significance in EIA terms. The ability to understand and appreciate the asset would not be impacted. The changes to the factors of setting that contribute to cultural significance would not be such that the ability to understand, appreciate and experience the asset would not be adequately retained.
Thank you. Now, we know the history of this matter, that Ms Gray became unable to give evidence and you've taken over her position. And not surprisingly, one topic that's come up between HES and the applicant is the extent to which you feel able to adopt her evidence. I think it might help the reporter, might give some comfort to HES, were you to very quickly summarise that aspect of matters now.
Yes, so as set out in my precog addendum, which is 13.40, before taking on this commission, I reviewed all the evidence and visited the site. As part of the review of the evidence, I came to the conclusion of matters of agreement. I support the conclusions made within the EIA, the AI and the inquiry report. I agree with the methodology that was used to undertake the assessment, and I agree with the approach that equal consideration and weighting should be given to all interpretations of the circle, as we do not know, indeed, we can probably never know for certain what the function was. Sorry. I do tend to rabbit on. I've got a thing that says slow. Now the aliens are coming. As part of my review, there were naturally a couple of points where I found disagreement with myself and the evidence of Miss Gray. One of those is a point in document 2.8, the additional information, at paragraph 3.22 of that document. Within that, it stated that the addition of the churchyard is negative. I don't agree with that. I agree with the HES position that the graveyard is part of, and the church are part of the biography of the monument, and they introduce an aesthetically pleasing surroundings. However, that is in the context of taking into account that modern addition has fundamentally changed the way in which the asset is understood, appreciated and experienced, with the manicuring, the modern hard standing, the introduction of the graveyard and the gravestones. And it's also in the context of understanding that relationship between the graveyard, the church and the asset will not change as a result of the scheme. There is one other point where I depart from the conclusions of Miss Gray, and it's mentioned in a number of documents, but this idea that the stone circle at Christchurch was moved at some point, I don't agree with that. I think one of the recumbent one of the author stats was reset and replaced, but I don't agree with that there was a wholesale movement of the stone circle. Of course. In my response to this question, if we can have document 15.25A and 13.25 to hand, I think it's useful to refer to those. So 15.25 is a single document, and 13.25, if you go to a PDF page 3, which is page 70 in the bottom left-hand corner. Okay. So those two documents I've taken you there are extracts from the 2011 welfare publication, Great Crowns of Stone. And the first one, 15.25A, sets out on the right-hand column, sort of halfway down the paragraph that starts apart from, it says what most RSCs have in common is a wide-ranging outlook, and that's page 69 of the document. But if we go then to 13.25, that internal PDF page 3, you'll notice on the right-hand column, there is a reference to Midmar Kirk, which is Christchurch. You'll often see them, it's often referred to as Midmar Kirk in the documents. So it says wide-ranging outlook. However, in the left-hand column, moving on to the right-hand column, welfare states, in a few cases, however, the outlook is significantly constrained. And then it mentions a specific example, then goes on. Likewise, the view south from Midmar Kirk and Sunhoney is dramatically blocked off by the towering bulk of the Hill of Fare. So this view south and highlighting features, it's not borne out by the evidence set out by welfare. Further, on that second column on the right-hand side, I would just point out what welfare says there about this is, of course, our perception of the setting in the relatively open landscape of today. It makes no allowance for the extent of contemporary woodland in the past.
I think that can... Sorry about that, I should have done that. I'll start again, in fact. This is Nicola Hall's inquiry report, page 19 pages, paragraph 62 and 63, where she's in general talking about the setting of scheduled monuments, or the scheduled monuments, so Sunhoney and Christchurch. That's two paragraphs you want to comment on, but also taking the whole lot as one, you've got paragraph 224, which is on page 44, continuing on to 249 on page 45. Here, under the heading of Sunhoney, the heading appears on page 43, Nicola Hall it's a critique of the applicant's characterization of the setting of the monument. That critique continues 224 through to 229, and the final reference is 251 to 259, or 250, where Ms. Hall is undertaking the same exercise for Christchurch. Is that correct? Now, I know the reporters read these paragraphs, so I'm not going to start rehearsing them and taking time, but I do ask you to respond. I don't think you need to, because you want to refer to the EIAR when you do this, just give the paragraph numbers. We don't need to go to the document. Carry on.
That's fine, thank you. Yes, it's set out in the paragraphs you've just referred to, Mr. Trinick, that the applicant has undertaken a restrictive definition of the setting in the documents, in the application documents, and further on. I think the application documents are demonstrably not restrictive in their definition of the setting of the monument. The EIAR, which is 1.13, has followed the guidance as set out in the Managing Change document, which is 11.2. And I refer you, ma'am, to paragraphs 7.6.52 to 7.6.59. Those paragraphs set out the setting, or the factors of setting relevant to these assets. And then further, in the inquiry report, which is 13.32, there are a number of factors identified forming the setting at 3.3.2.14 for Sunhoney and 3.3.3.12 for Christchurch. And these are matters of setting that encompass views, intangible elements, topographical elements. So we have demonstrably not taken a restrictive view of setting for both of these assets.
So could you just give me the paragraphs for Sunhoney?
From the inquiry report, 3.3.2.14.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Now go on to page 20 of Ms Hall's inquiry report, paragraph 70. And there she's talking about the Sunhoney and about its current landscape context and the character of the surrounding landscape in the more general context of addressing stage 2 in the Managing Change guidance, defining the setting. So that paragraph, which we can read for ourselves, also paragraph 154, which is on page 34, and which talks about the view in the direction of Barmacan Hill. And you might also want to get out for this purpose the winter visuals, which are document 1326. Just wait till the reporter's got the document.
Yep, I've got those.
You've got it. Ms Garcia, what do you want to say?
Firstly, if I can just draw your attention to paragraph 263 of the HES inquiry report, which is where they set out there a definition of what they consider to be open and rural. And they say, we mean an area of land which is largely without human-built structures. And so if we have that in mind when thinking about the images in 13.26, if we take Sunhoney first, obviously the images in 13.26 are winter visuals. They contain a panorama, a 360-degree view, finishing up with a photo montage. And the first point I'd like to make with regard to these views is with that open and rural definition in mind. In every single image, there is a man-made structure. So in every single aspect looking out of Sunhoney, there is either modern farm buildings or pylons. So there are man-made structures in every single view around Sunhoney. As part of one of the sort of advantages of coming to this scheme fresh, sort of relatively recently, is when I visited the assets, I obviously looked at them entirely objectively, and at Sunhoney in particular, and it's illustrated by figure 3.C within the winter visuals. In terms of prominent topographic features, for me, when I was on site, the Barmacan Hill to the northeast was far more prominent in that view and distinctive than the Hill of Fare, which no doubt is a bulk to the south, but in terms of distinctiveness, I was more struck by the view northeast than I was to the view southwest. And the final point I'd like to make just on these visuals with sun honey is the illustration of the trees that were planted, that are planted around the perimeter of the asset. I referred to earlier that I agree with the HES position that the graveyard and church at Christchurch contribute to the biography of the monument. Similarly, the trees and the plantation wall at Sunhoney are equally as part of the biography of this monument. They have been there since at least 1829, which is almost as long as the church at Midmar, which was built in 1787. So this tree, this particular setting of this asset has been in situ since at least 1829. It is equally as important to the biography of this asset. And then just moving on to the figures illustrating Christchurch, which are labelled figure 2. I think what these visualisations illustrate well is the significant and material change that has occurred within the surroundings of this asset as a result of the construction of the church and the laying out of the graveyard in 1914. It also illustrates well that feeling of enclosure that one gets when visiting this asset. Again, visiting this relatively fresh, I was struck by the sort of intimate atmosphere and sense of enclosure that one experiences when visiting Christchurch.
Apologies. Paragraph 87 of Nicola Hall's inquiry report, page 24. Also to paragraph 93 on the next page. Talking about sun honey here in the context of aesthetic qualities and sense of place. That's the heading. And we can leave people to read it for themselves. But I think you want to respond to what Ms. Hall says there.
Experience is of equal importance to understanding and appreciation when considering cultural significance. You can't divorce experience from those other two elements. But I would say that the experience has to be based on valid interpretations of what this asset is about, and that can still be a number of different elements. But it can't go beyond to fulfill anyone's ideas of what the asset might be or what it was for. It has to be tied to cultural significance. And so, as a result of that, it's important, I think, to understand the elements which could be considered to be a universal part of the experience, and that is the intrinsic elements. So, for example, the completeness of the circle at Sunhoney, the cut marks on the recumbent, the fact that it displays typical characteristics of an RSC. For Christchurch, that intrinsic experience is the unusual setting and the complete removal from a sense of the surrounding landscape and the enhanced understanding that's brought into this by the interpretation board. And I think if I may also just introduce the Managing Change document 11.2.
Sorry, I forgot to mention that, yes.
And page 9 of that document. So the first sort of, this is talking about stage 2 of the sort of setting analysis process. The first bullet point of that, how do present surroundings contribute to our ability to appreciate and understand the historic asset? Please note there's no reference to experience in that particular bullet point. Experience is then brought into it in the column on the right, the third paragraph down. in the sentence that starts, in some cases, the current surroundings will contribute to a sense of place or how a historic asset is experienced. Note, in some cases, so a judgment needs to be made about experience. And if I may relate this again to my site visits and experience at Sunhoney, I'm not sure that the current surroundings do contribute to this experience. For example, the approach from the east, one has to travel through a modern agricultural farmstead with farm vehicles, large agricultural buildings, then park up next to a large metal container. Then one travels down a dead straight path lined with barbed wire on either side with a pylon to one's right. And it's a pathway that has been entirely chosen by the landowner. It's contrived. It's what was convenient for the landowner at that time. And it's through a landscape which we have already seen from the visualizations, includes a number of modern man-made structures. So I would question whether the current surroundings contribute to Sunhoney, the experience of Sunhoney.
Thank you for that. My last point takes us to the question of alignment and view and how to treat these two concepts. I think it's common ground, just rehearsing, that the layout of all the recumbent stone circles has the recumbent setting in the southwest arc, give or take, southwest of the circle. And so probably you and Hez agree that the alignment has some significance, or did have some significance to the builders of the monument. But the point I want to put to you links alignment and view. Just because the alignment is common, does it necessarily follow that the view to the southwest was of importance? I'd like you to discuss that. I think you're going to refer to some documents en route, but I'm not sure you need to get those documents out so long as you give the document reference. Thank you.
That's right. I'll be referring just to some of the previous expert theories and opinions, but I'll just, as I say, as Mr. Trinick has said, I'll just refer to the document references. So if we start with Burl, 1970, 13.22, Burl sets out a theory that the southwest alignment is important for astrological reasons, but struggles to find hard evidence of this. So in this, the alignment is important and possibly the view, but it's not certain. Ruggles of 1999, which is discussed at 3.23 of 2.08, which is the additional information report. Ruggles focuses on the theory that the southwest is associated with the major lunar standstill and the recumbent setting frames a hill. So the Ruggles theory sets out the alignment and the view are both important. Moving on to Bradley of 2005, which is 13.23, and that's internal PDF number 129, which is where this is summarised. Bradley theorised that the internal space was important as a funerary complex, and elements of the moon were important for moonlight rather than a lunar observation. He disagrees with Ruggles about the lunar alignment and the framing. Bradley suggests the alignment itself is important, but for conceptual reasons. So they have always, the RSCs have the recumbent at the southwest as a symbolic position because the moon always sets here. Bradley also sets out that the southwest has some importance in Irish tradition as the domain of the dead, and this has some relevance. For some RSCs, Bradley sets out the moon would indeed set over the recumbent, but for some it obviously wouldn't. And in discussion of this, Bradley specifically mentions Sunhoney and Christchurch. Further, welfare, which we've already been to, 13.25, focuses on the inward views, burning activity, and sort of the funerary activity of the inside of the circle, which supports the idea of orientation. He suggests that views are not as important because the views which do frame key topographical elements of the surrounding landscape are often ignored in favour of a southwest orientation. And so he dismisses the framing of views and hills. Again, see that comment we referred to earlier about Sunhoney and Midmar being blocked by the Hill of Fare. Richards and Cummings, which is 015.21a, and that's a 2-page PDF, and I'm taking this from the second page of that. It might be useful to just to get that one up because there's a quote I'd just like to read from that, and it means you don't have to sort of write it all down. 015.021a, and it's the second page of that PDF. Page 8. Under the Celestial Alignments and Prehistoric Skyscapes Survey. And I just want to draw your attention to the paragraph that begins, for example. It's near the bottom of the page. And it reads, for example, Bill discussed views of lunar cycles from inside the recumbent circles, but it is now clear they were built around pre-existing cairns, so ideas of internal congregation or lunar observation from a central point are no longer viable. In this example, the validity of lunar orientation is not negated, as particular alignments could relate to the construction and setting of recumbent stones and their flanking monoliths in positions which mark their time and place. So to summarise that sort of gallop through various different theories, there are competing theories, of course, as there is with everything with these monuments. But what is clear is that not all the experts are convinced that views southwest are important, but all of the ones, at least of those set out above, are convinced that the alignment is important to the construction of RSCs and their function.
Just got one question on a paragraph number, sorry, that I don't think I got right, which is the paragraph when towards the start of that section when you went through some of the theories. The Ruggles document, I didn't get the paragraph number.
Yes. That... Sorry, just put it down. Is... it is referenced at paragraph 3.23 of document 2.8.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. So I'll pass over to Mr. Milne, if Mr. Milne's ready to start.
Thank you, ma'am. And good morning, Ms. Garcia. Just some questions arising out of the evidence in chief that you've just given. Really just to make sure that I've recorded accurately what you said in response to Mr. Trinick. I've noted that at the beginning of your evidence in chief, you said that in respect of the function of recumbent stone circles, we don't know and never will know what the function of those RSCs will be. Is that a correct record of what you said?
We do not know what the function of these circles will be, and I believe I think I said we'll never know for certain what the function might be, unless we find some sort of uncontrovertible evidence, but it's like most of these items, no.
Thank you, that's helpful. That leads on to my next question quite neatly, and that is, would you agree with the following proposition? And that is that the interpretation of recumbent stone circles has always been subject to revision as new evidence has accrued. I repeat that, the interpretation of recumbent stone circles has always been subject to revision as new evidence has accrued.
I wouldn't necessarily say revision. I believe it's building up a body of different functions that these assets might have had. I think there are some things that have been evidenced by the excavations, for example, of Bradley in 2005 at Tomnavery, which identified that recumbent stone circles were often built around pre-existing cairns, but I wouldn't say it's a case of one theory replacing another. I believe it's building up to a body of theories. 1 could be the answer, 2 could be the answer, 10 could be the answer.
So would it be fair to say that where we are at this point in time is that we have a number of theories regarding the function of RSCs?
I would agree with that, yes.
And some of those theories compete or conflict with each other?
I'm not sure I would say they compete. They might conflict, but I wouldn't say they compete, because at the end of the day, it's one person's opinion based on the evidence before them versus another person's opinion. Nobody is necessarily right or wrong.
Thank you. So we have a number of theories, and it's fair to say that research into the function and purpose of stone circles, recumbent stone circles, is continuing. That's correct. And nobody is right necessarily, and nobody is wrong.
That is exactly why we gave equal weight to all of the different functions that could be possible within our evidence.
And I'll put it to you later that that's not the case, but we'll return to that. What I'll ask you just now is, do you agree that what Historic Environment Scotland has done at the application of stage 2 of the Managing Change guidance is take an inclusive approach to identifying aspects, all of the aspects of the monument's setting and the identification of key aspects?
Sorry, was that at the application stage? Do you mean in the consultation response of HES? Sorry, when you're talking there.
I'm talking about the evidence before this inquiry. So really, I think the place to go to answer that question would be Ms. Hall's inquiry report, which I don't think you need to, because I know you'll be familiar with that. But to repeat the question, it's one of Ms. Hall, in her inquiry report, would you agree that she has taken an inclusive approach to the identification of aspects of the monument settings and key factors of those settings?
I'm afraid I don't agree with that. I think there are aspects of the setting that are not referred to or taken into account of at all. I don't believe that there has been an inclusive. I don't believe that all elements of the setting have been taken into account when considering the impact of this scheme.
So, would it be right to say that your evidence that Ms. Hall is guilty of a crime of omission when it comes to identifying factors of setting?
I believe that there are elements that have been downplayed. For example, the tree planting and the fundamental change of setting around Christchurch. And I believe that there has been no account taken of the possibility of funerary activity and the importance of the fact that perhaps these monuments were never meant to be entered into. So I think there are elements that haven't been taken into account.
Thank you. We'll come on and explore that in some detail. So thank you. That's questions relating to your examination in chief. So a question which I don't know if you can answer. It might be Mr. Trinick responds to this one, but can I just check in terms of NPF 4 policy 7H. Again, you'll be very familiar with that, so I don't think we need to turn to document 007.001. But can I please just check that Historic Environment Scotland's position is correct, and that is that the applicant here is not relying upon exceptional circumstances here in terms of that policy H?
I'm happy to answer that. We are not relying on an exceptional circumstances for the purposes of policy 7H3.
Thank you. That's helpful to clear that out of the way. Your adoption of Ms. Gray's evidence. Just me reading your addendum in short, you first became involved in this inquiry process in July of this year, and you had not been involved in any part of the application at any previous stage. You then have gone on in your addendum to adopt, and you confirmed in your examination in chief, the environmental impact assessment report, the additional information, Ms. Gray's report, and the evidence before the inquiry, which I take to mean the documentary, the productions which have been produced. Just to check that I'm not putting words in your mouth.
Sorry,
Thank
yes.
You. You then very helpfully and very fairly explained where you were departing from Ms. Gray's evidence, and again, we will return to that. But just to check that there are not any other parts of the environmental information, the EIAR, the AI, or the report or the supporting documents which you do not adopt as your own evidence. Basically, you've told the inquiry already where there is a departure from that evidence.
That's correct.
Thank you. I wonder if you could please have before you the Historic Environment Policy for Scotland, HEPS, commonly referred to, which is document 011.007. And please also have in front of you the reporter's first report in the Sheer Drim public inquiry dated 31 May 2022, and that's document 015.009. And also, of course, Ms. Gray's inquiry report. Now, I will go through HEPS in a bit of detail, but first of all, can I please just check that we are in agreement
Sorry, do you want to give the number for Beth Gray's inquiry report?
Yes, that is... Thank you. As regards HEPS, are we in agreement that the Scottish Government produces national policies for addressing land use matters and decisions, and that HEPS sits alongside these policies and should be used with them?
Yes, I agree that HEPS is a non-statutory document.
And what I've just read is a quote from HEPS on page 6 of that document, at the bottom of the second column. Do you happen to know how many references Ms. Gray made to HEPS in her inquiry report?
I don't believe it is referenced in the inquiry report at any point in the inquiry report.
Did that surprise you when you read her report?
I think looking at the totality of the documentation forming the application, I'm not sure I am surprised. In the consultation response of April 2024 that HES produced, which is document 317, ma'am, HES do mention HEPS, but in their conclusion on this scheme, they do not mention that the scheme is contrary to any policy of HEPS. Further, in the October 2024 consultation response, which is document 3.39, I believe, again, HEPS is mentioned, but there is no reference to the scheme being contrary to HEPS in that further consultation response. So I don't think it's unreasonable for Ms Gray, in the preparation of her inquiry report, to assume that HES were not making any case on being contrary to HES because it hadn't been raised as an issue at any point prior.
Ms Garcia, would you have referenced HEPS in an inquiry report? It's a theoretical question, I appreciate, but would you have referenced HEPS in an inquiry report if you had been commissioned in this inquiry at an earlier stage?
Given that it hadn't been raised by HES as an issue or that we were contrary to any of the policies in HEPS, I'm not sure that I would.
I hadn't indicated that I would go here, but I think we have to. Could you please have Victoria Clement's inquiry report to hand? And that's document 015.015. And page 6, page 5, and you'll see that Ms Clements is referencing the role of HEPS and what she identifies as being the key policies. So you see that in the context of this inquiry, Ms Clements is drawing the inquiry's attention to the relevance of HEPS, and also looking at Ms Hall's inquiry report, paragraph 205. I pick that as an example. Understood your evidence to be that, in effect, HES had not put HEPS, far too many acronyms, into play here. But reading Ms Hall's inquiry report 205 just happens to be in relation to Christchurch. The assessment of Christchurch states that due to the asset being largely altered in the 20th century, its significance derives largely from its preservation. This statement is contrary to HEP 1 of the Historic Environment Policy for Scotland, which requires decisions to be informed by an inclusive understanding of the breadth of cultural significance of the historic environment. 207 HEP 2 requires that the understanding and enjoyment, as well as the benefits of the historic environment, should be secured for present and future generations. The proposed development would be contrary to this policy, given the significant adverse impacts on the integrity of the setting of both Sunhoney and Christchurch. So both assets, in a similar manner to that identified by the reporters and adopted by the Scottish ministers in their decision in Sheardrim. 208 HEP 4 requires that changes to specific assets and their contexts should protect the historic environment, as the proposed development would have an adverse impact on the integrity of the settings of Sunhoney and Christchurch, and no mitigation is proposed which would reduce the adverse impacts. The development would also be contrary to this policy.
Sorry, Mr Milne, would you speak a little bit more slowly?
Sorry, it's because I'm reading word for
okay.
word there. Sorry, I certainly shall do that. Sorry, ma'am. So we see that Ms Clements has referenced HEPS in her evidence before this inquiry, and we see that Ms Hall has expressly referenced a number of policies in HEPS in her inquiry report and has explained why, in her view, the development under consideration here conflicts with those policies because of adverse impact on integrity of setting. Now, that's clear notice that this point, the application of HEPS, was in issue. Did you respond to that in your precognition?
I did not respond to that in my precognition, but I was constrained by my word limit, I have to say. And I would also point out that the references to HEPS in both the Hall and Clement's hearing and inquiry reports, we obviously did not have sight of those before Ms Gray prepared her inquiry report. I accept that we had sight of them when we prepared the precognition, but I was constrained by word count.
The Sheardrim principal report, 0.15.009, if we could please go to numbered paragraph 11.101. .101. It's a very long report. Good. Now, of course, this is a different historical scheduled monument from what we're dealing with at the moment, but there are a couple of paragraphs here which I'd like to put to you, Ms Garcia, and just find out if you agree with the reporter's findings here. So 11.101, historic environment policies for Scotland should be taken into account whenever a decision will affect the historic environment. The reporter's response to that, which I'll put to you, is we agree with the applicant that HEP 1 is relevant. So do we agree in the context of Sunhoney and Christchurch that HEP 1 is relevant?
To take a step back, if I may, for a moment, the HEP policies are what we're to take an even further step back. What we're concerned about today is policy 7H2, the significant adverse impact on the integrity of setting. The HEP policies are concerned about a much broader remit. They're concerned about the cultural significance of an asset, which of course is more than simply its setting. So HEP 1 is relevant to decisions affecting the historic environment in its entirety, but we must be careful that the exercise we are delivering today is to fulfil, so the reporter can make her decision, the understanding of whether the scheme causes a significant adverse impact to the integrity of setting or not.
So we're agreed then, and I'm just going to read HEP 1, that decisions affecting any part of the historic environment should be informed by an inclusive understanding of its breadth and cultural significance. Direct quote of HEP 1. So the reporter here is writing a report to Scottish ministers with a recommendation, and Scottish ministers will be taking a decision here which will affect part of the historic environment. Correct?
The decision will affect part of the historic environment, but you still have that fundamental difficulty that when you reach a conclusion on policy 7H2, you've ignored the broader cultural significance of the asset, which HEP1 asks you to do. So it's part of it.
Ms Garcia, we will turn in some detail to the application of NPF4. At the moment, I'm simply looking to really set the ground rules, given that we're agreed that HEPS is relevant policy here in terms of the reporter's duty to report to Scottish ministers with a recommendation. I had put to you the reporter's view. Again, Sheardrim, the context there is that Historic Environment Scotland had objected to a wind farm because of adverse impact on integrity of setting. And it's in that context the reporters say that they agree that HEP1 is relevant. And then they go on in Chapter 4 of this report, quoting again from 11.102, our findings in Chapter 4 of this report confirm that the proposal was not informed by a full and accurate understanding of its effects on the setting of Dun Skeig Scheduled Monument.
So it's the fundamental difficulty of the tension between, and I'm not sure it's necessarily a point for me, it might be more of a policy point actually, but the fundamental difficulty between policy 7H2 and policy HEPS1. Policy HEPS1 asks you to look at a far wider. Now, I agree, I can't dispute that is what the reporter at Sheardrim said. That is what is on the paper. But it is my professional view that there is a fundamental tension between policy 7H2 and HEP1. They are asking you to look at not different things, but policy 7H2 asks you to look at one element of the broader HEP1.
Thank you. I have your position on HEP1. HEP2, apologise for jumping around, but back to HEPS, we see HEP2 as decisions affecting the historic environment should ensure that its understanding and enjoyment, as well as its benefits, are secured for present and future generations. Just to check, do you agree that HEP2, I appreciate your carve-out, HEP2 is relevant to the reporter's role and Scottish ministers' decision-making here?
Again, and sorry to repeat the point, but it's the HEP2, looking at the broader points of cultural significance, the historic environment, ensure the understanding and enjoyment of the cultural significance of the historic environment, not simply just the narrow aspect of 7H2 of setting. And I suppose that further to this, I would say that there will be no change of the fabric of this monument, which, as I've already set out, is where the experience of these assets is primarily derived, and the understanding and appreciation.
Sorry, can I make sure I capture that? Did you say the experience of the asset is captured in its fabric?
The understanding. It's the point I made about the difficulty about experience in my examination in chief.
So if understanding is captured in the fabric of the asset, can you remind me what your position is regarding experience and where that's found?
So it was because it was the point I made about it's important to understand the elements about what can be said to be a universal part of the experience, because everybody's experience of the asset has to be based on valid interpretations. It can't be anybody's wild idea. It has to tie to cultural significance. It's understanding, appreciation, and experience that contribute to cultural significance. And then my point was, therefore, that's why it's important to understand the universal elements of the experience, which are the intrinsic elements such as completeness of sun honey, cut marks, the unusual setting of Christchurch, etc., etc.
Thank you very much. She'll come back to that in the relevant chapter. I think sorry for taking us backwards. HEP 1, page 13. I'd just like to put a paragraph to you. We see HEP 1 on page 13 of HEPs set out at the top. Decisions affecting any part of the historic environment should be informed by an inclusive understanding of its breadth and cultural experience. Core principles on understanding and recognition. Bullet point 2, a place must be understood in order for its cultural significance to be identified. Third bullet point, a wide range of factors contribute to cultural significance. 4, knowledge and information about the historic environment is critical to our understanding of our past, present and future. Next bullet point, the historic environment changes over time and so does how it is understood and appreciated. Next bullet point, research, discussion and exchange of ideas can all contribute to our understanding of the historic environment. And finally, understanding will improve when information is made widely available and everyone has the opportunity to contribute to knowledge of the historic environment. Then under how these principles are applied, the third paragraph, bottom of the column on the left-hand side, to understand a place's cultural significance, we have to understand the place itself. This involves thinking about its physical and material elements, how much of it has survived or how much of it has changed through time, as well as its wider context and setting. Do you take issue with any of that?
No.
The reporter's report in Sheardrim, we see at 11.104, the applicant omits consideration of HEP 4 on the basis that it considered HEP 2, although similar principles apply to each. The wording of HEP 4 is particularly relevant in our view to setting. This is because it refers to changes to specific assets and crucially their contexts. HEP 4, which I know you're familiar with, but not everyone here will be, so I'll read it out. HEP 4, changes to specific assets and their context should be managed in a way that protects the historic environment. Opportunities for enhancement should be identified where appropriate. If detrimental impact on the historic environment is unavoidable, it should be minimised. Steps should be taken to demonstrate that alternatives have been explored and mitigation measures have been put in place. At 11.105 of the Sheardrim report, the reporters state that our findings above and in Chapter 4 of this report convince us that the context of the historic asset, Dunskeag Scheduled Monument, would not be managed in a way that protects the historic environment. No mitigation is proposed to resolve matters, and so no opportunities are identified for enhancements. Those mitigation proposals relating to improved signage would not resolve the setting effects of the proposal and would only deliver their own outcomes if a third party chose to bid for the funding to deliver them independently of the applicant. Therefore, the proposal would be contrary to HEP 4. Do you agree that HEP 4 is relevant to the decision making in the present process?
I think the aspects relating to mitigation obviously have a place, but again, it comes back to that fundamental point that HEP 4 is talking about managed in a way, changes to specific assets managed in a way that protects the historic environment. It's talking about the holistic cultural significance and not simply the setting. You could have an impact that is significantly adverse on the integrity for the policies of 7H2, but doesn't harm the fabric of that asset in any way. And so you could argue that the holistic cultural significance there is still being managed in a way that allows that asset to be understood and experienced and appreciated.
think that's a useful point to take us to NPF 4 itself. And it would be helpful, I know you are familiar with this, but if you could have National Planning Framework 4 in front of you, specifically policy number 7. And even more specifically, on page 46 of NPF 4, policy 7H. Now, this will be explored further at the policy hearing session, but understand that you'll not be at that session. So can I put one of the reporter's questions to you, and that is, does policy 7H give equal protection to the setting and physical fabric?
Sorry, Mr. Mill, I missed something there and I apologise. You are rather going into the policy session. Was that on the basis someone won't be here, you said?
Understand that Ms Garcia will not be at the
Correct.
policy session.
But there will be someone there to talk to policy issues. Me.
And that's understood. I need to know, and the reporter will benefit from understanding what Ms Garcia's understanding of policy 7H, because the essence of Ms Gray's report is that it is purporting to be an application of policy 7H. So what is it that Ms Gray did, and what is it that Ms Garcia has adopted as her evidence?
That's okay up to a point. If it goes beyond that point, I may say something.
Thank you. Ms Garcia, we all have policy 7H in front of us. Question that the reporter has asked, and I would put to you, is does policy 7H give equal protection to the setting and physical fabric of a scheduled monument?
Yes, to a point, in different terms. So policy 7H1, which is concerned with direct impacts on the scheduled monument, so direct impacts on the scheduled monument are avoided, that requires that any level of direct impact should be avoided. For 7H2, it's a different test, because that requires that significant adverse impacts on the integrity of the setting of the scheduled monument are avoided. So, for example, it doesn't say any impacts on setting should be avoided in the same way that the way that policy 7H1 is phrased.
So another way of asking the question would be, are direct impacts treated separately from significant adverse impacts on integrity of setting when applying policy 7H? Separate. Are limbs 1 and 2 separate?
Yes, they are, but I think, and apologies if I'm, if I stray into whatever, but policy 7H1 is direct impacts, and I think it's more related to fabric. So consent, for example, scheduled monument consent is required for any effect on the fabric of a scheduled monument. Of course, there is the Ancient Monuments and Archaeological Areas Act 1979 places no statutory protection on the setting of a scheduled monument. So I think that could be why they are treated differently for the wording of the policy. Obviously, policy 7H2 goes a little bit further than the legislation requires.
But Ms Garcia, on that basis, are we agreed that Scottish ministers in their publication of and subsequent adoption by the Scottish Parliament of NPF 4 have treated direct impacts separately from significant impacts on integrity of setting?
They are separated out into two separate bullet points, but they are treated in different terms within the wording of the policy.
And there are no direct impacts. For the purposes of this inquiry, we're looking at limb number 2. Is that correct?
Yes, there are no physical impacts.
Do you happen to know if tree planting was to be proposed on a scheduled site within the red line boundary, whether scheduled monument consent would be required for that?
Yes, it would.
Is that a direct impact?
That would be, but yes.
Could you please have your recognition to hand? And Ms Garcia, I'll take you first of all to paragraph 3.9. And for speed, I'll read this out and pause where I have a question for you. While the presence of the scheme 2.4 kilometres south of the asset would cause an adverse impact to some factors of setting, which would affect the ability to experience the asset, a level of effect which was considered significant in EIA terms, it is not considered that this level of impact affects the integrity of the asset. Now, there's quite a lot of usual jargon in there, which is unavoidable, of course, when dealing with this subject. But what I'd like to ask you is what your position is on the process of environmental impact assessment and the application of policy 7H2 regarding significant adverse impact on integrity of setting.
So a sort of more general point.
Just as a general question, let's move away from Sunhoney and Christchurch for a minute and explore this question of what is the connection between environmental impact assessment and the application of policy 7H limb 2?
Well, of course, they're two separate processes. The EIA is a specific process which covers all environmental aspects, not simply cultural heritage, and the purpose of it is to identify whether there is a significant effect or not on environmental receptors arising from a proposed development. There's the EIA handbook produced, which is 11.9. We don't need to go to it, but that's the EIA handbook Hes co-authored, which sets out guidance of how to approach that. Now, the EIA obviously looks at more than simply just impacts that are relevant for the purposes of policy 7H2. That's looking at cultural significance in its entirety, but of course, there are examples where there won't be impacts on certain elements of cultural significance. So that's the EIA process. And then the policy 7H2 process, there's nothing in guidance that really helps with the integrity part of 7H2, but the general assessment of setting part. Obviously, you've got the managing change guidance documents 11.9 to help you through those stages. But of course, that only helps you assess what the setting is. That doesn't give you any help with how to assess what's the integrity test, whether it's a significant adverse impact on the integrity.
So, Ms Garcia, if I picked up correctly, the EIA, Environmental Impact Assessment, in the context of cultural heritage, involves a holistic consideration of impact on cultural significance, but Policy 7H requires us to look at the impact on integrity of setting of a scheduled monument.
I don't disagree with that.
Reminded me, Ms Garcia, that the EIA handbook we'll come back to that, sorry. I was in the middle of 3.9. I'm losing my own train of thought, apologies. 3.9 of your recognition. We've looked at EIA and potential read across and agreed that those EIA and 7H are separate processes, 7H2. Just to check, your recognition, you say that the presence of the scheme 2.4 kilometres south of the asset, talking of course here about the Sun Honeystone Circle, would cause an adverse impact to some factors of setting which would affect the ability to experience the asset. So this may sound like a daft question, my asking you if you agree with your own recognition, but just to make sure that we are at one, that you do agree that the Hill of Fare proposed development would cause an adverse impact to some factors of setting.
That's correct. Yes, that's correct.
So just for the reporter's note, you are referring to Sun Honey.
I am indeed. 3.9.
Yeah.
And you go on to say it would affect the ability to experience the asset.
Yes.
And this is a level of effect which was considered significant in EIA terms. But I think we're agreed that the EIA assessment is not the same assessment as the application of policy 7H123.
Something that is a significant effect in EIA terms, it doesn't then read across that it becomes a significant adverse impact for the purposes, on the integrity for the purposes of 7H2. There can be significant effects in EIA terms that are not significant adverse impacts on the integrity of the setting, just as we have here at this Sun Honey asset.
They're different processes, so vice versa. Just because you have a significant adverse effect for EIA terms, you say that doesn't necessarily result in a significant adverse impact on integrity of setting. Do you agree that if you did not have a significant adverse effect in EIA terms, that would not necessarily mean that there is not a significant adverse impact on the integrity of setting, because we've agreed that these are different processes?
I'm not sure that it's a position to be made that if you do not, so if I think you're saying what I think you're saying, if you do not have a significant adverse effect in EIA terms, you are saying that that still could be a significant adverse effect, a significant adverse impact on the integrity of setting. Is that your position? Apologies if I've misunderstood.
Your evidence is here that there is a significant adverse effect in EIA terms. That does not, because it's a separate process, translate to there being a significant adverse impact on integrity of setting.
It's not simply the process, it's also the assessment of the asset that was undertaken within the EIA, which found, in terms of pure impact, not talking about effect, a moderate level of impact. So it is both the fact that they are different and the pure results of the assessment in and of themselves.
take me to the EIAR if it's helpful, but can you point where I will find the assessment against policy 7H2, adverse impact on integrity of setting, as opposed to environmental impact assessment on cultural heritage holistically?
If it's helpful, we could go to 7.6.62 of document 1.13. So, sorry, I'll just wait till we're all there.
Is that the cultural heritage assessment?
That's right, that's the EIA, Chapter 7.
So we're looking at the EIA paragraph
7.6.62.
7.6.62. I have that, thank you.
And what I would draw attention to here is the last sentence of that paragraph, where it's the integrity is preserved in the relationship with ... So the integrity test has clearly been taken into account. In terms of detailed assessment of integrity against the policy 7, the integrity question is a simple yes or no. As I think I've already said, the assessment comes in the setting out of the setting, what it is, what factors contribute, what is the impact. The policy 7H, integrity, it isn't an assessment, it's a test, it's a binary question.
So it's a simple test, binary, and the applicant's position is that a medium adverse, I'm reading 7.6.62, a medium adverse magnitude of impact would be anticipated, resulting in an overall moderate level of effect, which is considered significant in EIA terms, which we've agreed is a separate process. The operation of the proposed development would not result in such a high level of impact that it would adversely affect the integrity of the asset setting. This integrity is preserved in relationship with other recumbent stone circles in the area, the archaeological context, and relationship with the natural landscape, such as Gormick Burn, would remain. So that's the assessment against 7H2.
Well, as I said, it's not it's whether does the scheme have a significant adverse impact upon the integrity of the setting of the asset? No. That's what that paragraph answers, that question that's set there.
If we could turn now to Historic Scotland's setting guidance, managing change in the historic environment setting. Do you happen to, can you get the reference number?
That's 011.002. Yes, Mr. Campbell's just suggested a short break, which is probably a good idea.
It is.
I'll take a break till 12. It's 10 minutes. the table, mostly. Okay, Mr. Milne.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms Garcia, could I please take you to the Environmental Impact Assessment Report, which is 001.013. Specifically, page 16, so 7-16. Paragraph 7.6.47 under the heading Recumbent Stone Circles, RCS. So again, this is just a series of questions to check that your evidence is that you've adopted these particular paragraphs. So 7.6.47 starts, the consistent orientation of the recumbent stone circles insinuates a specific and shared focus. The most commonly accepted reasoning for the orientation is a lunar connection, with the full moon passing low over the recumbent during the midsummer period each year. Do you take issue with any of that?
No.
Furthermore, Ruggles 2005 notes that the recumbents and their flanking upright stones often frame a specific and obvious hill within the wider landscape, suggesting that recumbent stone circles were created to be viewed from the inside out, looking towards the horizon. Do you take issue with that?
That's what Ruggles says, yes.
You certainly don't say in the EIA that that's disagreed with. Is that correct?
No. No, there's nothing that specifically disagrees with those, but then the position has been taken that whilst a certain interpretation might be preferred, all are considered.
So does the EIA, so just to be clear what you're saying, Ms Garcia, has the applicant, having set out what Ruggles' position was, not agree with Ruggles' position?
I don't think there's any indication of agreement or disagreement. It's simply setting out Ruggles' position.
The applicant did choose to include that quote, though.
Correct.
7.6.49 says, whilst the lunar and topographical connections of the recumbent stone circles have been noted, their precise use or function is unknown. And I think we've already agreed on that. Going to setting, 7.6.53, and this is under the heading of sun honey, which we see at the very bottom of the first column.
Sorry, I missed the paragraph number.
Ma'am, it's 7.6.53. Thank you, ma'am. With many recumbent stone circles, sun honey and others in the area, there is a clear distinction with the monument's axis being northeast, southwest and aligned to the lunar axis. Anything to say?
No, nothing on that particular sentence.
As previously stated in the opening paragraphs, the stone circle likely tracks lunar events, particularly the midsummer lunar standstill, where the moon sweeps between the flanking stones and sits above the recumbent stone. Is that still the applicant's position?
That's what's set out here, that is one of the interpretations of that is one of the interpretations of what happens at these assets.
And at sun honey?
Well, this section is under sun honey, yes. It's more of a general, it is under Sun Honey, but I think it's more of a general, because it says as stated in the opening paragraphs, and the opening paragraphs are a general comment on recumbent stone circles.
Well, the paragraph begins with many recumbent stone circles, Sun Honey and others in the area, and then goes on to say, the stone circle likely tracks lunar events. Is this wrong?
I accept that that's what it says in this paragraph, yes.
In the final sentence, Ruggles theorises that the recumbent stone circles frame a particular hill. In this case, it is Blackie Duds, which is framed plate 7.3. Is that the applicant's position, or departed from to any extent?
I think this is the position at the time of the EIA, of the EIAR, the position developed in the additional information report. So this is the position at that time. It is one of a number of different interpretations of the functions of the stone circle. But what this doesn't do is discard any other elements that might form part of the setting.
And then at 7.6.56, the EIAR says, the monument is shrouded in deciduous forestry, which lines the monument, but external to this asset is within agricultural fields with post-medieval farmsteads scattered in the landscape. Is that still the applicant's position?
Well, I presume you're going to go on to read out the final sentence about the modern intrusions in the landscape as well, but it is a matter of fact that the asset is surrounded by forestry, and then beyond that is a modern working agricultural landscape.
And then at 7.6.57, we see that not all aspects of heritage asset setting will contribute to its cultural significance. Some aspects will be neutral, others may detract. The following aspects of the setting of Sun Honey Stone Circle are considered to contribute to its cultural significance: Gormac Burn, southwest axis and orientation of the midsummer lunar sandstill, and Blackie Duds within Hill of Fair. Is this a statement of the applicant's position at the point of submitting the environmental impact assessment report?
Yes, it was.
Was that wrong?
I don't think it's wrong, because each one of those aspects have been taken on and indeed form part of the setting as set out at 3.3.2.14 of the inquiry report.
Ms. Garcia, the EIAR talks about, we saw in 7.6.56 that the monument is shrouded in deciduous forestry. Just picking up on that point, in your evidence in chief, you said it's the applicant's position, your position adopted as your evidence, that that's been the case since you gave a date in the 18th century.
No, I gave a date of 1829.
1829. And can you take me to where your evidence for that is?
So that I accept that is in the welfare. It's from an etching that is in the welfare book, which is not reproduced. I accept that. However, we can go to the 1862 Ordnance Survey map, which is reproduced at, bear with me, 15.34. Let me just check that's the correct one. Sorry, no, 15.32. That's the first edition OS that shows the plantation wall and the plantation planting of the stone circle, around the stone circle, excuse me.
don't have welfare, but we have OS map from mid-1800s. One second, please. Can I take you, please, to Ms. Gray's report, paragraph 3.3.2.3.
Before I do that, sorry, may I make a clarification?
Yes,
my apologies. The James Logan, the reference to the plantation is in evidence. It's at 15.38. Internal, now I have it here as internal page, I think it's 15 of 17, but for some reason it says 279 in my PDF page box. But 15.38, and that's an extract from the Gazetteer from Welfare. And it's page 461 of the actual document, but I think page 15 of 17 of the PDF, I think. And there is a reference on page 461 in the column on the left that says James Logan is responsible for the first detailed account dated 1829. By then, the ring had been enclosed within plantation, which evidently gave it an air that fulfilled his conception of its druidical origins. So I apologise. There is a reference. I apologise.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Ms. Gray's report, 3.3.2.3.
Three. 3.3.2.3.
And we see Ms. Gray's evidence, which you've adopted, is that the monument, Sunhoney, is occupied by plantation of mixed woodland, which first appears on Roy's map 1752. Is that your evidence?
I think it's, given the sort of difficulties that the Roy military maps can present in some of the information they provide, I think we cannot say for any certainty that that's the correct, that's what the Roy's military map shows.
Perhaps we could look at a section of Roy's military map, 015.036. If you could have that in front of you. Yes, of course. 015.036. And so, obviously, Ms. Gray's not here, but we do have her report, and we see that this statement of fact made by Ms. Gray, she's relying upon Roy's military map of 1752, and the applicant indeed lodged Roy's military map. Historic Environment Scotland then lodged higher definition sections of the relevant parts. How do you interpret 0.15.036? To put it another way, what are we looking at in terms of green markings and red markings?
Sorry. The red markings are generally indicated to be buildings or built form, and the green are generally indicated to be trees, planting, with the other shading representing, with agricultural land indicated by the sort of stripy bits, and then the shading representing hills.
We see what looks like St. Honey on Roy's military map with some green and some red. Do you have a view on what the green and red above the honey part is showing us?
It may be buildings, it may be farm buildings, and then the green may be planting. It's not exactly definitive.
And if we could look at 015.035, which gives us a wider view.
035
That's correct.
is the cartographic style and content.
My 0.35 should be another map.
I've got that at 037, a zoomed in version.
015.035 should be Roy's Military Survey, Scotland, 1747 to 55 extract.
You're correct, but the map is not in that extract.
I've got 3 Roy's military maps documents from HES, 35, 36 and 37.
The link works on the DPA website. Maybe you'd use that.
Can you try it? 15, 13.
I'll just have to navigate to that, excuse me.
5.
What does it show?
So it shows zoomed out from the more tightly defined map that we were looking at.
I think, yes, I do have that because for some reason that's my 3.6. For some reason I've got the zoomed out, and my zoomed in one, which I think you were looking at before, I was looking at something different, is my 3.7. But I think the point, I don't take any issue that, I think we're okay.
We found the correct one. So the map that we're looking at has got the Hill of Fare with the shading around it at the bottom.
Yes.
And we see up to what if I may say, I assume is Barmachan Hill at the top. But we can see St Honey with the green and red markings that we were looking at. I just want to check if you can help guide us to where Sunhoney Stone Circle is on that map. I'm not looking for a high degree of precision. That's not possible, but is it the green and red markings on that map that you were describing?
I cannot say with any certainty whether that is the red markings. It's unlikely to be the green, given that green is woodland and wouldn't represent sort of something more permanent. But I cannot say where it is located on the Roy's military map there. I would also point out that Midmar is on this same map, and the stone circle isn't shown there, so that could just represent that he didn't show stone circles.
If I put it to you, the Historic Environment Scotland's position is that Ms Gray has misinterpreted Roy's map and has mistaken the settlement at St Honey for the stone circle. Would you agree with that? The Historic Environment Scotland are correct?
I think it's possible, but I don't think it's material to any of the conclusions that are drawn in any of the documents. It is a matter of fact that that stone circle was surrounded by woodland by at least 1829.
Thank you. Going back to the Environmental Impact Assessment Report. But please do keep my 1535 open, perhaps your 1536. We had read in the EIAR at 7657 that there are 3 aspects of setting of sun honey which form part of the applicant's assessment, and the first one is Gormac Burn. With reference to Roy's map, I appreciate we're heading back to 1747 to 55, but can you help us identify Gormac Burn on that map?
I believe it's the watercourse to the south. Obviously, Gormac Burn has undergone change, it's undergone straightening and alteration, but I believe it's the watercourse to the south.
And do you see the watercourse which runs to the northwest between St Honey and Calton Hill? Calton's not mentioned.
To the northwest, you mean the northeast?
Running to the northwest.
Sorry, yes, I understand what you mean. It's to the northeast, but running to the northwest. Yes, I do see that, sorry.
Has that watercourse been factored into the assessment undertaken by Ms Gray, undertaken in the Environmental Impact Assessment Report?
No, it hasn't, but if you compare, you know, you're using the not inaccurate, that's a mischaracterization, the not to be relied upon for navigation, let's say, Roy's military map, to locate those two watercourses. If you look at the 15.32, for example, once again, the first edition Ordnance Survey map, whilst Gormac Burn is still visible to the south of that monument, that watercourse running to the northwest to the northeast is not as visible or present a feature in the landscape by the time of 1869.
Throughout history, do watercourses come and go?
Yes.
They change direction, they're rerouted, correct? Do we know what the position was in the Bronze Age?
No, but we don't know the position of the environment around the stone circle in the Bronze Age either. It could have been very heavily wooded.
It could not have been very heavily wooded, correct?
Absolutely. There's no evidence before this inquiry to say either position is correct.
Ms Gray relies upon Gormac Burn, and to paraphrase, that if people of the Bronze Age were using that watercourse for navigation, then their views towards Sunhoney and Christchurch would not be impacted upon by the presence of the development because the wind farm would be behind them. That's accurate?
I think that's an accurate description of how Ms Gray has described the contribution that Gormac Burn makes to the setting, yes.
So if Ms Gray, having lodged, presumably on her advice, lodged Roy's maps as evidence before this inquiry, if she had applied the same analysis to the watercourse to the northeast running to the northwest, views from that watercourse towards Sunhoney, the stone circle, they would have the wind farm behind the stone circle. Is that correct?
But it's a moot point because that watercourse isn't there anymore. We're not assessing the setting of how the asset was in the 1750s. We're not assessing the setting of the Roy's military map version of events, as it were. We're assessing what's there now, and there is no appreciation of that watercourse that runs to the northwest. So it cannot form parts. It doesn't form part of the considerations of the setting of this asset that has been undertaken for this scheme.
From that watercourse, the one running to the northwest, do you know if the turbines would be in the view behind Sunhoneystone Circle, looking in that direction?
I can't possibly say for certain because it's difficult to know how accurate the Roy's military map is. And also, if we're looking at the Roy's military map on that watercourse, it is within a valley in between the rising ground of the hill to the northwest and the rising ground where Sunhoney is located to the southeast. So it's actually perfectly possible, if one was travelling along that watercourse, if we're to take this Roy's military narrative, that the turbines wouldn't be visible because you're in a demonstrably lower position in the landscape.
Would it be fair to say that both of us are engaging in speculation we do not know?
I agree, that's fair.
And the same applies to Gormac Burn. We do not know the location of that watercourse if it was there in the Bronze Age, and we do not know what use may or may not have been made of it, whether it was suitable for navigation.
I would say, what is the evidence to say that it wasn't there? We're speculating it is a natural watercourse feature that is shown on a map of the 18th century, and it still exists in a modified form today. I've not seen any evidence to suggest that that watercourse wasn't in existence and wasn't used as a navigational route during the contemporary period of these assets.
Continuing with the EIAR, Ms. Garcia, and takes us to paragraph 7.6.60. We read that the proposed development would introduce 16 turbines onto the summit and crests of the hills that make up the Hill of Fare itself. The closest of these turbine, 16, is situated 2.4 kilometres to the southwest of the asset. Analysis of the ZTV and photomontage suggests that all 16 of the proposed turbines would be visible from the asset, figure 7.2 and figure 7.6. Could we have a look at the winter visualizations produced by the applicant? So that's 13.26. And obviously we're looking at Sunhoney just now. The specific visualization to get us started. It's the photo, it's the wireframe. 3.E. Is that the right one? Yeah, that's the right one. Yeah, is that the right one? And looking at this in conjunction with the EIA, we have at 7.6.61, with reference to the section above, the primary contributing factor to the cultural significance of the asset which has the potential to be impacted is the relationship the asset holds with Lackey Duds, located within the range of Hill of Fare. As it is known that recumbent stones frame particular hills, in this case Lackey Duds, the ability to appreciate the framing of the hills could be impeded with the presence of turbines 12 and 13. So what we're looking at figure 3C is a wireframe showing us the proposed development, and we can see the particular turbines that we're directed to at 12 and 13, which are said to be framed by the recumbent and its flankers. It's fair to say that you can see turbines 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. We can see all of the turbines in that wireframe looking in this view, this direction.
In the wireframe, you can see elements of all of the turbines. So, for example, 5, 9, well, you can just about see the hub of 5, but 5 and 9 are really blade tips. I think it's important to distinguish that not all of not the whole entire turbine of this, all 16 turbines will be visible.
So looking at this wireframe, how many of the turbines can we see the entirety of the blades?
I would say, to count, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3. I would fairly say 10.
So that would be 1, 2, 7, 13, 12, 14, 15, 16.
If we want to go through them one by one again, yes.
Yes,
1,
please.
2, 3, 7, 13, 12, 14, 15, 16.
Are we agreed that the presence of these turbines, even if we just restrict to the ones where only all of the blades can be seen, will have, let's use a term, non-EIA term, a dramatic impact on, and again, let's call it the view?
I'm not sure it's useful to use that question when referring to the wireframe, because the wireframe is clearly the starkest representation there will be of the scheme. It takes nothing into account. So a wireframe will always represent a very stark and rendering of the turbine. So I'm not sure that it's a useful question or a helpful question to the reporter, to be honest.
Well, it's for the reporter to decide if my questions and your answers are useful. It's this exercise, of course, isn't it, of us exploring these things to try and assist the reporter. But that's the question, looking at the wireframe, and I'm using lazy language intentionally around views and dramatic. Will the change in this view be dramatic? Looking at the wireframe, stark as it is.
In this computer-generated image of a topography, I agree that these turbines will be visible. I hesitate to use language such as dramatic. I believe that they will be a visible element, a clearly visible element within this landscape, hence why we identified an adverse impact in the first place. In this view, I should say.
It's a very significant change in the view from what's at present, isn't it, looking at the wireframe?
Well, if we're to look at the wireframe, it is obviously a large change from what is there, because it is a change from no turbines to 16 turbines. It is obviously a change of a magnitude that constitutes the introduction of 16 turbines into this landscape. I mean, I'm not sure if you're going to take me there, but over the page at 3.f, again, it's still only ever an image. I don't mean to seek any sort of, this is what the view will be. It is only ever an image. But of course the wireline represents what it represents.
Thank you. 3F, yes, that's very helpful. I'll not have captured exactly what you're saying, because I'm not writing as I'm listening to your answers, but your evidence was that we should be perhaps cautious about the wireframes because, in effect, we look at the position on the ground. Is it fair to say that in the comment, which I'll have misquoted you on, but I hopefully caught the essence of it, you're relying upon the presence of the trees?
I don't rely simply on the presence of the trees. You've got the forestry on the slopes of the hill. You also have the distractions of the modern buildings in the foreground and on the hillside itself. So there is not a sole reliance on the trees, no. There are filtering factors beyond the trees that surround the asset itself.
What's the best evidence before this inquiry for the visual impact, which Historic Environment Scotland say is relevant to the assessment we need to undertake under Policy 7H1, but what's the evidence before the inquiry, the best evidence to help us understand what the impact on this view will be if the trees immediately surrounding Sun Honey Stone Circle were to be felled?
Well, firstly, I would dispute the premise of the question. We have no evidence at all before us that is going to happen to the trees around the plantation. As I've said, they're an important part of the biography of the asset, and one might say removing them would be harmful in and of itself. So I don't agree with the premise of your question. Obviously, storm events can't be predicted, but I don't agree, just to go back to the question, I don't agree that the wireline presents the best evidence to indicate visual impact in the absence of the trees, because the wireline is completely blank.
But it's the best we've got, isn't it?
Unless you were to do an exercise of erasing the trees, it's almost you're asking me to undertake one of these hypothetical exercises again, because the trees are not, I'm no arboriculturalist, please don't mistake me, but they were in rude health when I visited. There is no evidence they would be removed. There is no evidence of any significant damage to those trees. So to answer your hypothetical question, the wireline gives an indication, but no, I don't think it is sufficient. If we were to undertake that hypothetical exercise, I don't believe that the wireline is, it is what we have, but it is not sufficient because it does not give an accurate indication of the situation that is before one when you are looking southwest from within the recumbent.
But it's the best we have, isn't it?
I don't think it's the best.
Do we have anything else?
But why would we? We've never been asked to present any material that removes the trees. HES could equally have asked for photomontages with the trees not there. They haven't asked for that material. But why would we produce a material on a situation that there is no evidence would ever take place?
Is it fair to say that it is the applicant's position, your evidence, that the developer here, the applicant, is reliant upon the immediate tree coverage, the trees around the stone circle, to mitigate the impact of the development on the setting of sun, honey, stone circle?
I don't think it's entirely reliant, no. I think it does derive some element of screening because it is, again, it is the case that those trees are there, and it is the case that they do perform a function of screening that hillside. I hope that's not fateful. Everybody knows my name by now. So we do not place reliance on that. It, of course, plays a role, but it is not, there is no reliance placed on it. We have accepted there is an adverse impact from that view southwest.
But in the applicant's evidence, your precognition, Ms. Gray's report, we see that there's reliance on the trees with reference to the views of the turbines looking in this direction over the recumbent and flankers. The views of the turbines really just being glimpsed. That's reliant upon the trees.
Because that is the baseline situation that we are assessing. We're not assessing an imaginary baseline where there are no trees. It is, those trees are there. It is in accordance with guidance that you take into account the current surroundings of an asset, and the trees form part of the baseline, and therefore it is absolutely appropriate for us to have used them in the way that we have, because they do ensure that the turbines are glimpsed and views are filtered.
Ms. Garcia, have you visited the site in winter?
Obviously not. I was only appointed in summer.
Could you please have managing change in the historic environment setting guidance in front of you? Somebody can help me with the reference number. 11.1. 11.2, sorry, I'm taking you to historic battlefields. 11.2. Page 12. Now, I assume, but you'll correct me, that it's a matter of agreement that managing change, a series of guidance by Historic Environment Scotland is referred to in NPF 4.
Yes, I agree.
Yes, and we know from Policy 7 that proposals should be informed by national policy and guidance on managing change in the historic environment. On page 12 of managing change setting, on the right-hand side, the bottom paragraph, we read, it's also important to bear in mind that vegetation such as trees are subject to environmental and other factors, e.g. wind blow, felling and seasonal changes which affect leaf cover, and cannot necessarily be relied upon to mitigate adverse impacts of a development. In some cases, there may be potential for improving the setting of a historic asset or place, for example, by opening up views through removing vegetation. Now, there's quite a bit in there that I'll need to go through with you. So, first of all, again, sounds like a daft question, but do you agree with the guidance that trees are subject to environmental and other factors, wind blow, felling and seasonal change, which affect leaf cover?
I agree.
And agree with me, do you, and with the guidance that trees vegetation such as trees cannot necessarily be relied upon to mitigate adverse impacts of a development, just as a general proposition.
I agree that it cannot necessarily be relied upon. I do not agree that it cannot or it must not. The word necessarily is important there.
But, okay, you emphasise necessarily, but we're agreed that it, to some extent, cannot be relied upon to mitigate adverse impacts of a development.
No, I said I agree that it cannot necessarily be relied upon.
Yes, because to use, I appreciate a silly word, trees cannot be relied upon.
Well, no, Sycamore Gap has taught us that. But I agree. When you put it back to me, you removed the word necessarily, and I think that that's an important word to include. It cannot necessarily be relied upon. The guidance doesn't say you must not rely upon. You cannot rely upon. If trees were so unreliable, the guidance would probably say you cannot rely upon vegetation. But it doesn't. It is not as equivocal as that. It says you cannot necessarily rely upon. And I assume, well, no, I know that's because you can have evidence before you that trees might have, there might be a felling program in place for commercial forestry, or there might be diseases that might sort of, exactly as it says in the sentence above. So for me, that necessarily is an important word.
So if I understand that correctly, that's saying the reporter could rely upon the presence of trees to mitigate adverse impacts, but must consider whether it is appropriate to do so, taking into account the fact that trees blow over, die, and are felled.
Yes, I think that the point is that the paragraph says what it says. You cannot necessarily rely upon them to mitigate adverse impacts, but that doesn't mean that you cannot rely upon them. And again, I would point out there is no evidence before this inquiry that any of the trees around the plantation, in the plantation, are suffering from any environmental factor that would necessitate them to be removed.
When you visited the site on appointment, did you see a number of tree stumps?
Yes, there are a couple of tree stumps. They have been removed in the past because they were within quite close to the stones themselves. It's referred to. I don't have a reference, so I won't go there. But those tree stumps that are there were removed because they were in close proximity to the stones and were at risk of undermining them. So they're historic tree removals for a specific purpose.
Ms. Garcia, have you seen document 1541? That's an email from my firm to the DPEA regarding a proposed condition. So the email dated the 26th of August.
Yes, I'm at the documents. I have seen this. Yes.
We did cover this earlier in your evidence, but you, I think it's a matter of agreement that if fresh planting were to be undertaken within the scheduled area, that would require scheduled monument consent.
As a matter of principle, yes, if you wanted to plant a tree. on a scheduled monument, you would require consent.
Just looking at my paragraph 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. My paragraph 6, the proposed of that email, the proposed condition will introduce a requirement to consider the scheduled monument consents policy and UK forestry standard in relation to sun honey. So we're still talking about, for example, any tree replacement within the scheduled area, direct impacts within the protected area of a scheduled monument would require scheduled monument consent, which would almost certainly not be given due to the damaging nature of tree roots on archaeology. And key point I have to ensure you're aware of is that far from maintaining tree cover, it has been Historic Environment Scotland's long-standing position that trees should be monitored and removed. Do you understand that that is the Historic Environment Scotland position?
In relation to this specific asset or as a general position?
In relation to this specific asset?
I don't recall seeing anything to say that that's their long-term ambition for this asset.
So I'm a bit concerned by the question. Are you producing evidence of that, since there is none?
We'll hear from Ms Hall on this question.
Putting the point to my witness, are you producing evidence of that statement?
This is an issue which has come up in the context of condition 37, having been intimated late. So the evidence that we're producing will be...
Yeah, but we're in cross-examination now, and you put the point. Are you producing evidence on the point? Yes or no?
Yes, Ms Hall will speak to that.
Let's see the evidence now. Is the paper evidence, or are we going to hear orally after my witness is gone? That's not right.
Okay, so which sentence is the concern about? Sorry.
I'm sorry.
The sentence that Mr Milne referred to, which the concern's about, is that the 6th paragraph that he read out just there?
Paraphrasing, ma'am, he said, are you aware that it's the long-term ambition of Historic Environment Scotland to remove the trees? In answer to Ms Garcia, he said yes in relation to this asset. Ms Garcia said, I've seen no evidence of that. I've intervened to say, effectively, if you want to put the point, put the evidence, but don't put it to your witness later when my witness is gone.
Okay, so could this question be put to the witness in the conditions hearing session?
Yes.
When you would have heard from Ms Hall?
It certainly can. I mean, the evidence, again, condition 37 came as a surprise to Historic Environment Scotland, and what we have is a statement from the legal advisors to Historic Environment Scotland writing to the DPEA as a government agency, confirming that far from maintaining tree cover, it has been HES's long-standing position that trees should be monitored and removed. It's a statement of position of which Ms Garcia was aware, having read this email in advance of the inquiry.
That's a statement by lawyers that it's a general ambition. It doesn't tell me there is a specific ambition to remove trees from around this asset. And we are discussing this asset and not a general position. So if there's evidence that HES intends to remove the trees around Sun Honey, I'd like to see the evidence before you put the point to your own witness after my witness is gone.
Yeah, if that's going to come out in the evidence from Ms Hall, then it would be better to have a question on it after that, I think. And if that means in one of next week's sessions, even if it disjoints, that might be better.
Thank you, ma'am. We'll be certain to cover the point at the condition session.
Just remind you that Ms Garcia won't be at the condition session. I don't mind dealing with the point myself, that's okay. but in case you were expecting to hear from her, you won't.
Oh, I know it's a different witness. Yeah. Sorry, I was going to ask you how much longer you think you need. I'm just thinking about the lunch break and whether you're likely to come to the end of your session relatively soon, or whether it would be better to break.
I think a lunch break would be appropriate given the ground I've still to cover.
All right, we'll take a lunch break now and come back at 1 o'clock. No, it's 1 o'clock now. That's 1 minute. 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Before lunch, there was certain questions put about maintenance of tree cover, which led to an exchange about that. I spoke to Mr Milne. He's very kindly produced the document that he wants to produce on this topic. I'm very happy it should come in and a copy be given to the witness, given the chance to read it so that she can take questions on it.
Okay, that's fine with me. So does that still need to happen, or has that happened?
We have copies.
Okay, I'll just pause another couple of minutes then and let you have a look. Okay, so has just handed over a document. I'm going to give it the reference 015045, and I'll use the name that's on their Historic Scotland Field Office visit record. So that'll get added to the case file under that reference. And back to you, Mr. Milne.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you, Mr. Trinick, for agreeing to the late lodging of this document. Ms Garcia, you've had an opportunity to read the document which has the title Historic Scotland Field Officer Visit Record. Of course, Historic Scotland being the predecessor organisation to Historic Environment Scotland. You could take this in reverse order and looking at the bottom of just the first page. I don't need to look at the second page. And we see that a visit date of Wednesday, 15 July 1992, there was an observation, the second sentence, a few trees were removed in the autumn because they were thought to be rotten in the centre. And then moving up to the date of visit, 20 November 2000, the last two sentences of the field officer's observations read as follows: partially blocking the view across the recumbent are 3 spindly pines and a sycamore. The monument would be improved if these trees were felled. So, Ms Garcia, do you accept what that report says, that the observation of the field officer was one that the monument would be improved if these trees were felled?
It depends what you mean by improved, because it's that particular investigator's, field officer's, opinion that the monument would be improved if these trees were felled. But these trees are an important part of the biography of this monument. They've been there for over a century. Yeah, they've been there since 1829 at least, as we've seen. So I think consideration needs to be considered of whether these trees actually form a key part of the setting, whether their removal would it improve? It would clear a view, but would that be an improvement if an important element of the biography of the monument was lost?
So, are we not agreed that the representative of Historic Scotland at that point's position was that the monument would be improved if these trees were felled?
I agree that's what it says, but I'm not sure that simply comes from, that doesn't necessarily come from anything to do with the health of the trees or anything like that. It's just they block the view, they should be removed. Sorry, it would be improved if they were removed.
It would be improved if the trees were felled. Going up to the visit on the 4th of June 2008. Now, I'm really just going to read two very
Sorry, Mr. Mill, you recorded something there as if Laura Garcia said it. She did not agree that the monument would be improved if the trees were felled. She simply agreed that's what it says on the paper.
I was reading from, sorry, Mr. Trinick, I was reading from the document. 4th of June 2008, field officer visit. We see the first sentence on the third line. One of these trees has fallen. Then the fifth line in the middle, there is a dead pine on the S circuit. So, can we agree that the field officer's observation is that at the point of that visit, she noted that a tree had fallen and that she had spotted that one of the pine trees had died?
I accept that's what the field officer report says in this paragraph. I mean, I assume that the field officer is trained to understand what a dead tree is, or a tree that is simply sort of not in rude health perhaps, but I accept it on its face. That's what it says here.
And then going to the most recent visit recorded on this record, 9th May 2018, if we go to the fourth line of that, and I'll read that. The site is currently in a stable condition, with the main concern continuing to be the condition of the trees around the perimeter of the circle. One of these had blown over in the last visit, exposing a root plate. This is still lying in situ. Another tree has fallen over on the north side of the circle, and there are at least 2 further standing dead and or leaning trees. Were these to fall, they could damage the circle or disturb underlying archaeology if they bring up root plates. There is some regen around the base of the trees. And then we see the field officer's recommendations. Ideally, the health and stability of all of the trees should be assessed with felling as required. So again, this is a record of the field officer's observations and recommendations in 2018.
Yes, I agree that that recommends that the health and stability should be assessed with felling as required. I don't necessarily agree that that is evidence of a desire of HES to remove all the trees. They're two different things.
But we have read, going back almost 25 years, that Anne Mayall's observation was that the monument would be improved if these trees were felled. Simply a matter of fact that that's what Ms Mayalls has recorded as her observation. We don't have her here to ask. We have that as a note of her position.
Of course, but that's Ms Miles's opinion. It's not that opinion of hers hasn't made it to become a formal recommendation, because under recommendations it says not applicable. And the only recommendation we have is that the health and stability of the tree should be assessed. So that's the only recommendations we have, formal recommendations arising from these field officers' visit records.
We could put that to one side for the time being. Ms Garcia, as you know, and you don't accept this, Historic Environment Scotland's position is at Sun Honey, the views to the southwest are a key factor of setting. That's their position. And our understanding of the applicant's position and your evidence is that that's not an agreed position. And you are also taking the position that the trees are part of the biography of that monument. And we also know that the applicant is proposing a tree mitigation scheme, which is the subject of condition number 37. So, proposed condition number 37, to be discussed in detail next week. Historic Environment Scotland understanding is that the reason and purpose of that condition is for the retention of the trees. Is that correct? Is that your understanding of the reason of that, for that condition?
Sorry, it's for the continued management and maintenance of the trees, with a view to retaining them where possible. Now,
taking Historic Environment Scotland's position that the views to the southwest are a key factor of setting, which I know you disagree with, but take that as their position, is it not, having accepted that proposition, a somewhat bizarre proposition that mitigation for this development would entail screening that view, that key factor of setting, from the scheduled monument?
No, I wouldn't agree with that proposition, and I wouldn't call it bizarre, because by removing the trees, you're taking the monument back to perhaps a position it might have had pre-19th century, but we don't know that that monument wasn't originally surrounded by trees in the first place. So what would we be The view to the southwest, I accept that that is a key factor of the asset. But what landscape are we sort of restoring? We're opening up a view that might never have been there in the first place if the asset was indeed surrounded by trees when it was built originally.
We're back to we don't know, correct? But I'm a bit surprised by your answer, because I had understood it had been accepted by you in evidence that the environmental impact assessment at 7657 correctly recorded the applicant's position that Blackie Dodds Hill within the Hill of Fare was an aspect of the setting of Sunhoney Stone Circle considered to contribute to its cultural significance.
Yes, that's correct. We do say that is the case. But again, that's part of the taking all of the functions. It's, again, goes back to that we don't know case. So that's why we've taken all aspects of functions, potential functions, into consideration. We've not limited ourselves to one particular view, two particular views. We've taken into account all functions.
Turning to 7.6.63 of the Environmental Impact Assessment Report, we see that it reads, alongside the embedded measures, which are primarily focused on diminishing the impact upon setting as far as possible, which were incorporated into the design of the proposed development, it's also proposed to install a series of public enhancement measures.
Sorry, can I just have that paragraph number?
Sorry, 7.6.63. Offsetting or the same thing? Yeah. Yes, Ms. Garcia, 7.6.63 found. This refers to embedded measures, but also it is proposed to install a series of public enhancement measures. And I assume you're familiar with what these enhancement measures comprise?
Yes, I believe an interpretation board at some point in the surroundings of Sunhoney.
And just so as I understand, are these enhancement measures, the interpretative boards that you refer to, are they designed to avoid impacts on the Sunhoney Stone Circle, the scheduled monument?
No, as enhancement measures, they will not reduce impacts, but they can be considered in the overall balance when considering the scheme as a whole, because they are enhancement measures.
So do they fall into the category of offsetting or compensatory measures? Yes, you could say that, in accordance with the sort of mitigation tree as set out in the EIA handbook, document 11.9 at box C9, info 1. More of a, an offsetting measure. Would it be fair to say that an offsetting measure should only be taken into account after a decision has been made that are intended to at least try to recompense or otherwise make up for or offset the adverse effects of a proposed change that could or would occur and would be of concern? I agree that
as it doesn't reduce impacts, it can only be taken into account afterwards, but that doesn't mean it cannot be taken into account at all. It can be taken into account on the overall balance of sort of the benefits of the scheme. So it shouldn't just be set aside simply because it doesn't reduce impact.
So on the basis of Historic Environment Scotland case, which I understand you don't accept, that there will be a significant impact on integrity of setting, the position would be that that harm should be accepted and that the compensatory measure would then come in after that harm had been accepted to try and recompense, make up for or offset the adverse effects of the proposed development on the setting.
It should be taken into account in the overall balance.
Could check 7.6.66 of the Environmental Impact Assessment Report, which reads, these offsetting measures, which we've just been discussing, in line with mitigation, have been used to reduce and minimise impact on Sun Honey Stone Circle, in line with MPF 4 paragraph H. In light of our discussion there, do you agree that these offsetting measures reduce and minimise the impact on Sun Honey Stone Circle, or is that a mistaken explanation of the applicant's position?
I think it would be fair for me to say that is not the case. The enhancement measures proposed will not reduce the impact. They are an enhancement measure. That's a fair position.
We then read on about Christchurch Stone Circle and Standing Stone Midmar. There is a sentence, I don't quite follow it, 7.6.67. It's the last two lines of the column on the left-hand side of that page. And I wonder if you can help me understand this in light of your preparations for the inquiry. Whilst it is believed to be the location of many of the stones which comprise the stone circle, it is not confirmed. You may have to read the wording around that, but that didn't assist me. I wonder if you can help me understand that sentence.
I think it's an incomplete sentence, but I believe it's referring to the location of the stone circle as it is. Whilst it is believed to be the location of many of the stones which comprise the stone circle, it is not confirmed. I think it's referring to the stones that were reset, and perhaps that theory about the stone circle being moved, which, as I've already accepted, I disagree with.
Thank you, and we'll return to Ms Gray's position in respect of the suggestion that the stone circle had been moved when we look at her report. 7.6.68, the monument, Christchurch, sits on the southern slopes of the hill of the modern farm of Upper Balblair, similar to Sun Honey. The asset overlooks the Gormac Burn with a low-lying floodplain to the south. And then the EIAR says it's theorised by Burl and Ruggles that the monument's flankers frame the foothill of the Hill of Fair, Tormenade, situated 1 kilometre to the south of the monument. So again, as we did going through Sun Honey, can we agree that this is a statement of the applicant's position on lodging the EIAR, that Burls and Ruggles theorised that the monument's flankers frame Tormenade?
It's not the applicant's position. That's simply setting out that it is theorised by Burl and Ruggles that the monument frames the foothill. So that's simply setting out their position.
So again, if I may put it to you as we did with Sun Honey, this is a statement of what two academics have stated, but it's not qualified in the EIAR to set out the position that you've said.
No, but as I set out for Sunhoney, we neither agree nor disagree. It is simply set out to set out another possible function of the assets.
7.6.69, the last sentence on talking about the turbines, explains that the closest turbine, 2.8 kilometres to the south, is turbine 1. Figure 7.2 and 7.9 indicates that 14 of the 16 turbine blade tips would be visible from the monument. Could you please have a look at wireframe which was submitted with the EIAR 001.159? That's correct. And Ms. Garcia, how many of the turbines can we see all of the blades of?
All of the blades.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
6.
And again, sort of simple question I asked the last time: how does this compare with the situation at the moment? In terms, and again, I'm asking you to look at the wireframe.
Mr. Mill, can you just clarify the figure that you're looking at?
Sorry, it is 001.159, and it is figure 7.9b.
Sorry, can you put the question to me again? Sorry.
Yeah. Have you found that? Oh, good. Anyway, continue. How does this visualisation compare with the situation at present?
So the wire line at figure 7.9 B, it bears no relation to the actual on the ground view that you would get from Christchurch. Well, I say no relation, very little relation to the view from the ground at Christchurch that you would get at present. It doesn't have the trees, it doesn't have the graveyard, it doesn't have the wall, it doesn't have the church, it doesn't have the benches. So this view doesn't compare.
How different would the visualisation look if the Hill of Fare were not to be consented? Just what we have in front of us.
Okay, but if we're talking about that, it wouldn't, the turbines that are on the wire line wouldn't be there.
Quite a dramatic change looking at this particular visualisation.
Again, if I didn't agree that it was dramatic for Sunhoney, I'm certainly not going to agree it's dramatic for Christchurch. It's a change. Absolutely, it is a change. But I do not agree to the extent that it becomes a dramatic change.
Thank you. Just, if I have a minute to read ahead, I'm going to turn now to the additional environmental information. Paragraph 3.9 of the additional information. About halfway down that paragraph, maybe a little bit more, we have a sentence which begins, "Furthermore, Hes state." Now, I'll read that to you for your view and see if this is your evidence. Appreciating that you were not involved in the preparation of the additional information.
Sorry, could I have the document reference? Thank you.
Thank you. Furthermore, Hes state the route from Sunhoney Farm in the east to the monument is also key to the integrity of its setting. This is also a moot, presumably, point in terms of the proposed development, because due to the topography of the landscape, one must walk up to the stone circle and it cannot be seen until crossing the field boundary which encompasses the monument. You talked, Ms Garcia, in your examination in chief about parking beside the container, as you explained, at the Sunhoney site, and then walking up to the route, present-day route, which takes you to the monument. Do you agree that standing at the beginning of that route, where there is a sign in, if you remember, sign in yellow which says Stone Circle, do you agree that from that position you cannot see the Stone Circle?
I agree that there is no clear visibility. It cannot be discerned that it is a stone circle.
Can you see the Stone Circle?
Perhaps in winter, yes, but in summer, no.
Can I just check that your position is that standing at the yellow sign, which the reporter may remember or may see in the next site visit, that you cannot see any of the stones which comprise the stone circle? If you were to go today or have been yesterday, you would not have been able to see the stones?
I think it's difficult to discern the stones of the plantation wall necessarily from the stone circle. My position is it is not clear that it is a stone circle that you can see.
Ms Garcia, that's not really to answer the question. I'm trying to simplify it, and sorry if I'm not being clear. I'm not talking about this. We can go into discerning it's a stone circle, aided by the fact there's a sign right there saying stone circle, perhaps. Can you see any of the stones?
I would accept that you could perhaps see some of the, maybe an eastern stone, but I maintain that that is not discernible as the scheduled monument itself. It doesn't read as a doesn't read as a recumbent stone circle, most importantly of all.
As you are walking along the path to the stone circle, and assuming that the Hill of Fair development is consented, will the turbines be visible as you walk from the yellow sign towards the stone circle?
They won't be directly visible. They'll be visible to the left, obliquely, to the viewer. What would be far more prominent is the pylon immediately to your right.
So your position is that the pylon is going to be more visible than, is that the word you used? Sorry,
Pylon, yes.
The pylon will be more visible than the operational turbines.
The pylon that's immediately to the right of the path is, yes, because the turbines are at least 2.4 kilometres away from you. The pylon is about 50 metres.
Do we have a visualisation to assist us with the comparison of the height of the pylon compared to the height of the turbines?
Well, pylons in general of the kind carrying the overhead lines are at least 25 metres high. We don't have a visualisation, no, but it is something that the reporter will have observed already on her site visit and will observe again on the accompanied site visit.
Could you turn, sorry to take a diversion here, but Ms. Hall's inquiry report at 1514. Page 24. Is that one of the stones? I think it is. Possibly. Yeah. This may not be entirely clear, but the photograph, I mean, I put it to you that you can see at least one of the stones in that photograph taken in winter, 6th February 2024. And it's also a helpful reference point for seeing the Hill of Fair spreading from Sunhoney to the left of the photograph.
It also crops out the pylon that, if one panned just slightly to the right, would be very much in your view and experience walking along that path. You can see the overhead lines they're very faint, I admit, but you can see the overhead lines on the right-hand side of the photograph, which lead to a pylon. And you can also, the photograph is very much orientated as if to take in the view of the turbines and, of the Hill of Fair where the turbines would be. And it sort of falls into that position of you can see the turbines and therefore it is harmful. There is an impact. So I agree that photograph, maybe you can see an eastern stone, but for the reasons I say, that's what the pylon is just out of shot there. It will be more impactful, and it is more impactful on your journey towards that asset than a distant view over 2 kilometres away of something obliquely to your left along a footpath that's an entirely modern construction and has no cultural significance of its own.
Reading on through the additional information, 3.11, the second sentence, however extensive, fairer to read the whole paragraph. HESI's primary argument on the proposed development near the Sun Honeystone Circle hinges on the assertion that the turbines would disrupt key views and the cultural significance of the site. However, extensive research suggests that the primary orientation of recumbent stone circles is not linked to topographic features, but rather orientated to astronomical alignments, most likely lunar movements, particularly the 18.6-year lunar standstill cycle. The orientation emphasises the moon's trajectory across the sky rather than precise landscape features. So is this a shift away from the environmental impact assessment report, which, as we've seen, has referenced Gormac Burn, it's referenced Blackie Duds, etc., here to the applicant's case being that recumbent stone circles, their orientation is not linked to topographic features, but rather to astronomical alignments, and here movements of the moon. Is this a shift of position?
It's a development of the position, as would be expected in an additional information report. The application was submitted, has submitted a consultation response, and then an additional information report was submitted to respond to those points. And as the title suggests, additional information was provided. Ultimately, there is no change in the conclusion, as it was stated in the environmental impact assessment. So whilst there is a development and just a further consideration of potential functions of these assets, it's had no effect. The conclusion has not changed.
So a development of the applicant's position with a focus on orientation being in respect of lunar movements.
A further consideration of different functions that these assets might have had. And again, the elements of setting as set out in the EIA, Gormac Burn, southwest alignment, etc., have not simply been discarded. This isn't a shift in position, because those elements are repeated in forming the setting of the respective assets within the inquiry report.
The 3.12, furthermore, recent interpretation suggests that the significance of recumbent stone circles may be more about inward experiences, such as the shadows and light effects created by the positioning of the stones during celestial events, rather than outward views of the landscape. So is this a further development of the applicant's case, focusing on inward views? Inward experiences?
No, it's as I said, it's a consideration of further potential functions of these assets, and it's responding. It's a document that responds to comments made in the HES consultation response of April 2024. So there is an element of providing information to rebut or provide clarity on points that HES might have brought up as well. (3.15), having the author has included some visualizations from a 3D model, and the conclusion reached here is, with reference to the video, it can be shown that the only time that there may be an association with solar movements and the monument is at sunset at the winter solstice. However, the setting sun does not appear to be framed by the recumbent, and as such theoretically disproves the argument of solar association with the RCS, particularly at Sunhoney. First question, why are we now talking about the sun? Because there are theories that say it might be lunar, it might be solar. In the various documentations provided, that is one of the theories put forward. And again, it's to make sure that no theory is discounted, because we don't want to be selective.
Yes, because as we agreed at the outset, we don't know, but we continue to learn. What does the author mean, or rather, what you've adopted this evidence? What's the meaning of the only time that there may be an association with solar movements and the monument is at sunset at the winter solstice? What does that mean?
I think what was intended by that was, firstly, a sort of a general principle about the southwestern orientation. The sun always sets in the southwest. But I think it's linked with that image, insofar as that image is demonstrative of what it shows, that it is the only time where the sun sets anywhere near the stone circle. But ultimately, it's a theory which is considered, but hasn't made a material difference to the conclusions that have been drawn.
So the only time that the sun sets near the monument is at the winter solstice. Sorry, I need to better understand what if I picked you up incorrectly, apologies. I need to better understand what you mean by that.
I think it is in reference to those images that are the stills that are in here and the video, that it was considered by using this particular. I don't know what the software was, because I obviously wasn't involved. But by using these particular images in this software, the only time the sun was particularly close to the stone circle was at the winter solstice, but demonstrably it's not in any proximity to the recumbent setting, or it's just generally to the southwest. But of course it always will be, because the sun always sets there.
When the additional information talks about internal views, is my understanding correct that that's different from what a cultural heritage expert would mean by inward views? Internal views are a different thing from inward views.
I'm not sure that distinction can be drawn. I'm not sure it was intended that way. I think the way it was intended, the aforementioned research into internal views, was about, I see what you're trying to say, a passive view perhaps of the monument versus an internal view, which is something looking at potential symbolic or ritual functions that happen on the inside of the circle. I am not sure that distinction was intended to be drawn quite in those terms, but that is what is meant, I think, when internal is referred to at 3.16.
Right. Sorry. Apologies. This will be my feelings. In internal views, does I'll be a bit pejorative just to get the point across. Does that involve just looking down, in and down, and not up and across? Internal view, blinker so as I'm not seeing out with the stone circle. I think
what it means is views that are focused on activity that is occurring within the circle. So the symbolic and experiential. So one of the one of the functions as set out by Bradley, for example, is that fires were lit inside these circles, and that the moon was useful because it lit up, in so much as the moon could ever light up anything, the elements of quartz and the recumbent, the cut marks on the recumbent stone circles. So it's not a bird's eye view looking down. That's not an internal view. It's an observer's view looking in to the inside of the circle.
So if you have a brightly moonlit night and activities are taking place within the stone circle, would it not be the case that although you were looking at those activities, perhaps you were in the stone circle participating in the activities, that you would, whilst looking at what was occurring within the stone circle, you would get also, if you were positioned in the northeast of the circle, looking at what was taking place within the stone circle, you would also get the views over the recumbent to the southwest. Internal views, the internal experience, also comprises an aspect of looking across and beyond. Is that not right?
Well, if we look at some of the later interpretations, for example, Welfare and Bradley, no, the views out were not considered to be important in that respect. Sorry, I'm just looking for... I've got about 1 million tabs open, please excuse me. There we go. If I can take you just, for example, to 13.25, which is the extract from Welfare, which we've been to, internal PDF page 3, and it's page 71 of the paper copy.
Sorry, Ms. Garcia, what page are we on?
13.25 and internal page 3 of that document.
Thank you.
And it's the column on the left, and it's sort of the sentence that starts, "This is certainly inherent in Bradley's thesis, which suggests that these were monuments of the night, in which case the outlook from the site may have been of less importance than the view to it." So that sort of speaks to that internal focus of the function.
Sorry, I'm struggling to find that. We're on PDF page 3. Is that page 70 of...
71. 71.
Yes, sorry, I think that's the way these have been copied. This is certainly inherent in Bradley's thesis, which suggests that these were monuments of the night. So we have again, with the position, we've got Bradley's thesis, where he's saying that the outlook from the site may have been less important than the view to it. I think that sort of makes my point quite neatly, that here, Welfare, referring back to Bradley's thesis, is talking about the importance of views to the monument, which will have included the view beyond. So, for example, the moon and the bonfire, where we hear about ritualistic events taking place, bonfires being burnt. If you were beyond the monument, perhaps, to the northeast, looking towards it, as Welfare is suggesting we do here, the bonfire taking place, would there not be a view behind the monument?
But such views would be incidental. The focus of those views would be the activity happening within the circle. That's the whole point. The views that you would get, obviously, when we look around, we don't see things in isolation. We see things in the context of their surroundings. But it is my suggestion that such views would be incidental to the main function.
And Historic Scotland's position is that the views to the southwest, contrary to your position, are a key factor of the setting, and we've agreed that there are a number of theories, and we accept them all.
Absolutely, I agree. There are a number of theories, and we have considered all of them in our evidence, views to and from.
So moving on in the additional information to 3.24 on page 9. On looking at, we're on to Christchurch at this point, I believe. We read that whilst the turbines could alter the visual context around the monument, the core integrity of the asset is focused on interactions with celestial bodies and its role in ancient funerary practice. Where does the concept of core integrity come from?
I think that's just meant to imply that a key function of these assets, which contributes to the cultural significance, is the interactions with celestial bodies and the role in ancient funerary practice.
So in respect of, thank you, the Christchurch, we have interactions with celestial bodies as being an aspect of the core integrity of that monument, and I read that across to Sunhoney as well, if that's fair.
Potentially, yes. Excuse me. It's one of the many. Yes.
3.24, we read about 2/3 of the way down. Therefore, SLR contends that while long-distance visual changes might occur with the proposed development, they do not fundamentally diminish the ability to appreciate, understand, or experience. The statement of agreed matters in relation to cultural heritage. We've not, do you have the document? Don't have that too. We haven't looked at that yet. I wonder if you could have it to hand. Can I get the document reference? It's 1336. Now, I wanted you to look in particular at 9.5, integrity of setting. 9.5.1, the parties agree that the following definition for the concept of integrity of setting should be used for the purposes of this inquiry. And then we have 4 lines. Changes to factors of setting that contribute to cultural significance, such that the understanding, appreciation and experience of an asset are not adequately retained, will have a significant adverse impact on the integrity of its setting. So I really just wanted to check how the additional information which talks of changes not fundamentally diminishing the ability to appreciate, understand or experience fits with the agreed definition of integrity of setting, which refers to understanding, appreciation and experience of an asset not being adequately retained. Am I to read them as meaning the same thing?
I think it is the position that our conclusion is that Christchurch does adequately retain the ability to understand, appreciate and experience the significance of the asset. Just to reread, I'm just rereading the sentence there at the back end of paragraph 3.24. If they do not fundamentally diminish the ability to appreciate, understand and experience, then surely those elements are adequately retained.
Thank you, that is helpful. Can we now turn to Ms Beth Gray's inquiry report, which is 13.32. Specifically, to start, page 8. At 2.2.2.4, we see a quote from Historic Environment Scotland Designation Policy and Selection Guidance. This is just a point to check with you. The designation guidance is at 15.05. Need to juggle the two documents, Ms Gray's report and the selection guidance, and page 10 of the selection guidance. What I just wanted to check that we're agreed that the last two lines of Ms Gray's report, where she quotes from the selection guidance, are not an accurate quote from the selection guidance, where it says in Ms Gray's report, these three categories allow not only the designation of scheduled assets, but also the fundamentals by what is key to an asset's cultural significance. Didn't want there to be any misunderstanding about what the designation guidance says.
Sorry, where is that in Ms Gray's report, sorry?
So pages 8 and 9 of Ms Gray's report. So that's the entirety of 2.2.2.4. And I'm, as I say, just juggling it, sorry. You're comparing 2.2.2.4 with what's printed on page 10 of the designation policy and selection guidance published by HES.
And sorry, was the question about the last sentence in italics?
Yes, if we're agreed that that's not a quote from the designation guidance, despite how it appears in HES's, in Ms Gray's report.
It's not a direct quote, but I don't think it misrepresents what is intended. But I accept it's not a direct quote.
I mean, are we agreed it's Ms Gray's take on the designation guidance?
I don't see what else would be key to understanding a scheduled monument's cultural significance. Those are the three characteristics that are set out by HES in determining national importance for scheduled monuments. So I don't see what else would be key.
Mr Milne? If we finish at 4, when I said we might, then we're about halfway through the afternoon session. I was just going to ask parties whether they think we might need to run on, it might be wise to run on a bit later than 4, in which case I won't take a short break now. Does anybody have a view on running beyond 4 and whether that would be helpful today?
Ma'am, I think that would be helpful and certainly ensure that we're finished examination, cross-examination today.
My interest is to know whether Laura Garcia is going to be in Perda overnight. Or rather, she wasn't. Can we get a better indication of timing from people?
How long for you, Mr Milne?
1 hour.
1 hour. Okay. And then, yeah, I would be less, my bit wouldn't take us up to 5 then, so if we finish, run to 5. So if we go to the end of Mr Milne and finish at about 4, we wouldn't be at the end of all the cross-examinations. Then I'm going to take a 5-minute break now with the expectation that we'll come back for about an hour and get to the end of Mr Milne's cross-examination. Okay. Okay, we'll start again. We just had a quick discussion about where we might get to by the end of the day, and we're not entirely sure, but we'll get as far through Ms Garcia's questioning as we can. I'll hand back to Mr Milne.
Thank you, ma'am. Continuing our reference to some of the academic writers, Ms Garcia, could you please have a look at Richards and Cummings, which is 015.021 small a.
Sorry, what's the reference again?
015.021a. And actually, if you could have 01521C available as well, both copies from Richards and Cummings. I want to put a couple of lines from Professor Richards' book to you, and then ask you questions. So first is page 6 of the book, and it's the first complete paragraph on the left-hand side. Times have moved on. And what the authors say here is, times have moved on, and so have stone circle studies. For instance, it is now recognised that stone circles are not independent objects, but were built and situated in a particular landscape context, contexts for specific social reasons. The design, architecture and placement of stone circles accorded with the intended engagement, particularly in terms of movement, encounter and visual effect. Would you take issue with anything so far?
No, I wouldn't take issue with it, but just to point out that those are generic, overarching statements for all types of stone circle, not simply recumbent stone circles, and not specifically in reference to our 2 circles.
Celestial observations and skyscapes. Pause there to ask, what's a skyscape?
Well, Richards and Cummings themselves define it on the following page, on page 8, at the top of the page. In many ways, examination of a skyscape is merely a continuation of a landscape, especially when considering views and horizons. So I'll leave it to them.
Okay, so skyscape is a continuation of landscape, and when considering views and horizons, it's a continuation of that. Okay, I think that's a helpful quote. Going back to page 6 of 1521A, celestial observations and skyscapes may well have been a component of this engagement, and for the societies that built stone circles, calendrical systems would undoubtedly have been embedded in ritual practices. Moreover, it's clear that many stone circles are a product of additions and changes through time. Any issue with what the authors say there?
No issue, but with the caveat I said earlier.
Yes, and that's noted, helpful then to take us to the specifics, which is in 015.021C, which is more pages from Richards and Cummings. Here we see, just as this lovely name suggests, this is a favourite recumbent stone to visit, being set in a pretty walled copse of trees. When visiting in 1900, Fred Coles also considered this the most impressive circle in the district, not least because of its condition, and we see a reference to its setting. It is almost intact and comprises a typically southwest-facing recumbent arrangement, 2 flankers and recumbent, and 9 monoliths. And then taking us on to the following page, 1, 2, 3 of 1521C, really the bottom of that text, we see Sun Honey Stone Circle was built in a highly visible position with extensive views. The alignment of the recumbent to the southwest is towards a saddle between Meikletap and Grey Moor, where the minor southern moon descends. So, taking that one sentence at a time, we have Richard and Cummings' view, where they start by saying Sun Honey Stone Circle was built in a highly visible position with extensive views. Do you take issue with that?
I think that's their interpretation. It's in sort of direct contrast with what Welfare said, who we went to earlier, where he states specifically that the views from Christchurch and Sun Honey are blocked to the south by the Hill of Fare. But I accept that's the position that Richards and Cummings take here.
And we're taking all theories, aren't we, and treating them equally?
Indeed.
The alignment of the recumbent to the southwest is towards a saddle between Meikletap and Grey Moor. So, I mean, that to me reads like a statement of fact, but do you take issue with it?
I don't take particular issue with that sentence, no. It doesn't say that necessarily that view is important. It simply states that the alignment is towards those two.
And the last part of that sentence is the minor southern moon descends. So, read as a whole, the alignment of the recumbent to the southwest is towards a saddle between Meikletap and Grey Moor, where the minor southern moon descends. Do you take issue with that?
I don't take issue with it, but I don't see Richards or Cummings placing any particular importance or relevance on those. They are simply setting them out as factors of this particular asset, because I think, as I've stated in my examination in chief, on page 8, which is 15.21a, which is recumbent circles were built around pre-existing cairns. Lunar observations from a central point are no longer viable, but the validity of lunar orientation is not negated. So that goes to my point about alignment being important, not necessarily the actual specific views themselves.
So you've commented that Richards and Cummings are not in effect not attaching weight to anything. To be fair to the authors, this my take on it. This is a factual narrative. They're pointing out their observations, their research, results of research in terms of factual matters.
I think that's fair. The whole book is a field guide. It's intended for people who are interested to go and look, and that's what it's intended for. It's their observations. They don't place any weight on them.
Yes, that's not the purpose of what we're reading. It doesn't read as an assessment of setting, but we do read that the recumbent to the southwest is aligned towards the saddle between Meikletap Graymore, where the minor southern moon descends, and that could be presumably described as a celestial event.
I would agree that would count as a celestial event.
Turning now to Ruggles and Chadbourne from 2024, which I think was the same year that Richards and Cummings was published. Ruggles and Chadbourne are 15.22. And we just have one page here where we see that these authors are going to tell us something about solar or lunar orientation. And I'll read them again as is my way now. A group of monuments that has generated much interest in relation to the moon is the so-called recumbent stone circles of the Grampian region in Scotland. This is because these stone rings were once interpreted as places for regular ceremonials relating to the moon, implying a full knowledge of the 18.6-year cycle. Subsequent archaeoastronomical surveys diluted these claims, and archaeological excavations then showed that at some of the sites at least, the ring of stones was built around a pre-existing cairn rather than to enclose an open space suitable for gatherings. Over the ensuing millennia, the cairn material disappeared, leaving a stone circle. It's now thought likely that the orientations of these monuments were more influenced by the sun than by the moon, with landscape and/or other factors being dominant in some cases. Now, I read all of that because I think context is always important, but it's really that final paragraph I want to ask if you take issue with what Ruggles and Chadbourne are saying about orientation now being more influenced by the sun than the moon as a theory, and landscape and/or other factors being dominant in some cases. To take issue with, is this another theory which is in the mix and is deserving of equal treatment?
I think it is perhaps another theory, but I would say it's in the context of Ruggles, who we've heard the name a number of times, who is one of the main proponents of the theory of the recumbent stones framing a certain view, being absolutely linked to the moon, standstill, etc. So it's an evolution of their position to now say that perhaps it's more influenced by the sun than the moon. It's sort of, it goes to the unknownness of the function of these assets, that all of these different interpretations can be sort of draped over the stone circle, and we're still none the wiser as to what the actual one is.
Thank you. If we could now turn to another document, academic writers, that we have not looked at yet, I think, and that would be document 15.23 from 2020, The Stones of the Ancestors, Unveiling the Mystery of Scotland's Ancient Monuments. and this is by the authors Scott and McHardy. Now, on the first page of the PDF, unfortunately there are just 3 pages, we see, I don't need to take you to this, some general text about recumbent stone circles. But then in the second column, we see that the authors are talking about sun honey specifically. We see a reference to Burrell in the second paragraph under the sun honey heading. Burrell has proposed that the minor standstill full moon set in line with the recumbent stone, and we looked at more recent text from Richard and Cummings in that respect, quoting Burrell. We then read from the centre of the circle, the sun will set in line with its axis through the recumbent in early November and February, some 45 days before and after midwinter. We then see that the authors say the sun was photographed on 9 November 2014. It might be coincidental, they say, that the 2 flankers are aligned towards the midwinter sunrise and the setting midsummer sun. Given that the moon will set here during a minor standstill every 19 to 20 years, it would seem that the prime function for the monument was on the setting sun in early November and February. So just taking that conclusion, again, I read it all for context, we see that Scott and McHardy postulate that the prime function for the Sun Honey Monument was on the setting sun in early November and February. Do you take issue with that? Another theory? Equal weight?
The issue I take with that is, what significance does early November and February have? It's not the autumn equinox, it's not the midwinter solstice, it's, not to sound glib, it's November and February. What significance do those particular... The monument faces the southwest. There will inevitably, I think, as I've already said, be points where the sun will set in the vicinity of the recumbent, but that doesn't mean that that's of significance. And I think going back, again, it's another theory, but going back to, they say in that paragraph that you've just quoted there, the moon will, the minor standstill will be in line with the recumbent stone every 19 to 20 years. But if we go to Bradley at 1520, internal PDF page 130, the paragraph that starts, it can be referenced, not necessarily need to flick it up, but monuments might adhere to these conventions, which is views of celestial events. Even though the moon could never have been seen over the recumbent, this happened at Midmarkirk and Sunhoney owing to the height of Hill of Fair, which is located to the south. Perhaps their axis was more important as a concept than it was on the ground. So I don't dispute that 15.23 puts forward another theory, but the theory that the sun sets actually over the Hill of Fair, it doesn't set over the recumbent stone because it cannot. In November and February, I'm not sure what significance that has, but absolutely some association with the sun is taken into account in our assessment process.
Can any of us speak with any authority regarding what the people of the Bronze Age considered to be important to them in terms of movements of the sun and the moon?
No, of course, but most monuments with a deliberate orientation, you know, the famous example, Stonehenge and other burial monuments, most monuments with a deliberate association with celestial, using that word, celestial events, have a deliberate association with the equinox, midwinter, midsummer. It's not just simply some dates. Now, of course, we can never know. We can never put ourselves in the mind of the people who built these structures. It might be for a reason so esoteric that we have absolutely no idea. But it seems a coincidence that has been grasped onto here. But the Solar Association is absolutely one that we have taken into account because of the unknowingness.
To say that this is a coincidence that the learned authors have grasped onto is a bit dismissive of their view, isn't it?
That's fair. I perhaps was a little bit dismissive there, but I do not know, and there is no evidence before this inquiry, that the sunset in November and February has any particular significance.
Can I just check which of the academics were possibly grasping?
1523. Scott and
McHardy.
yes, them.
And, ma'am, staying on Scott and McHardy 15.23, at the bottom of page 97, we see a photograph, which, as we know, this is the Sunhoney RSC. And the authors say that this photograph that they're taking is the recumbent stone from the centre of the circle. As shown at 2:58 p.m. on 9 November 2014, the sun will set in line with the centre of the recumbent in early November and February. The midwinter sun would have set near the top of the hill to the left of the picture, and the moon near its southern major standstill moon would have briefly risen and set above the hill's left slope. The southern minor standstill moon would have set on the hill's lower right every 19 to 20 years. We have your position in terms of what McHardy and Scott have said, but I have to, just repeat to you to ask for your agreement if this is another theory which is deserving of equal weight, because we're not dismissing any of the theories which have been put before us.
The importance of the ability to view celestial events to the southwest is something acknowledged in the evidence, so we have given it some consideration.
Then page 98, staying on Scott and McHardy 1523, but this time we're moving to page 98, Midmar recumbent stone circle, otherwise known as Christchurch. Midmar stone circle is located a few kilometres to the west of Sunhoney. It stands in the grounds of a modern graveyard of a church. Towards the bottom of that column, from Midmar, the midwinter sun and the southern moon can briefly rise and set on the southern horizon. But these directions were ignored, and the recumbent stone was placed to face where the sun set on the southwest sloping horizon in early November and February. This will happen about 45 days before and after the winter solstice. So again, these authors are directing our attention to a solar connection which takes place 45 days before and after the winter solstice. That's your understanding of their position?
That's what they are setting out there, yes, but my previous reservations of their theory apply again here, and it also sort of doesn't take into account that all recumbent stone circles face southwest. They don't face south necessarily, so that's not necessarily anything to do with the sun, but that could be simply because recumbent stone circles face southwest.
And then staying on Scott McHardy 1523, page 99, we have another photograph, the bottom photograph, which says the recumbent stone from the centre of the circle. And the authors here tell us that the sun setting above the recumbent at 3:14 on 9 November 2014 on the western slope of the hill of Craiggower, and this will occur again in early February. The setting minor standstill moon will set on top of the hill, while the midwinter sun sets near the left flanker. So observations, again, I agree that these are to be thrown into the mix of considerations.
I would agree that perhaps a solar association is, perhaps whether this specific theory, perhaps it shall be seen, but as I've already said, we've taken into account solar and lunar associations in views from the circle in our assessment.
Just a final question from me, Ms Garcia. Looking at this photograph again, 1523, the recumbent stone from the centre of the circle, and as we know this is Christchurch, how would you describe the level of tree cover in that photograph?
I have to say that this photograph is quite misleading, actually, because you can't see any of the gravestones, you can't see any of the surrounding landscape. It's taken quite low, looking up, and so it is a picture that has been contrived to take this particular view. So I don't think it's a true representation of what you would see. However, on its face, what that picture shows is a winter trees in their winter vegetation, a very filtered view of the hill beyond. It's certainly not an open and clear view.
I misled you into thinking that was my last question. In light of your answer, apologies. Could you go to Ms Hall's inquiry report? Reference 1514 and page 28, figure 8. Is this a fairer representation of the view over the recumbent than the picture that I took you to in Scott and McHardy?
It is more representative of the view, given that you can see sort of the rows of gravestones over the top of the recumbent and the taller, more decorative gravestones to the right of it. I would say it is more representative than that view. And you know, in all honesty, that isn't reproduced terribly well in 15.23. Figure 8 does provide a better view, but once again, that shows a view of a very, very filtered view with some awareness of a hill form in the background, but certainly not a view that could be characterised as clear or open.
That was the last question. Thank you very much indeed for your time this afternoon. Thank you, Ms Garcia.
Okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Campbell, would you like to start, or would you like a couple of minutes, or are you ready now?
I've had an apple. I'm absolutely fine. Thank you.
Okay, we'll continue for a while.
Sorry. I think I've understood correctly that you've picked up from Beth Gray and adopted what she says as your own work. Is that a fair statement?
That's correct, subject to the elements that I set out in my examination in chief this morning.
Yes, indeed. So what we have here, we have two scheduled monuments closely related by geography, potentially affected by the same development, and that's a proposed wind farm of large proportions located on a bare ridge about 2.4 to 3 kilometres away.
Yes,
right?
I'd agree.
Okay, I'd like to start with the legislation which may govern consideration of this situation. Both of these monuments are scheduled under the 1979 Act, and if I understand that correctly, that means they're placed on a list by the Secretary of State, or nowadays by the Scottish ministers, and that list denotes an asset of national importance.
Agreed.
Yeah? How does a descriptor of national importance affect your judgment when you're considering matters such as impact and effect?
The national importance of it in terms of impact and effect, it depends if you're doing, it depends what assessment you're carrying out. So, for example, for an EIA, there are, as set out in the handbook, there are specific methodologies to go with, and then for the purposes of policy 7H2, that is a policy specifically relating to the consideration of significant adverse impacts on the integrity of setting to scheduled monuments. So the national importance comes in depending, because it sets out what policy you need to apply, or the methodology you use, what parts of the methodology as you work through your environmental impact assessment.
I'm sorry, but could we think about that answer again? It doesn't stop being an asset of national importance if you're doing an EIA or if you're doing an impact assessment on integrity. It's still an asset. It is a golden asset, if you like, of national importance. What I asked you was, how does that affect the judgment that you apply to it? Do you give it special judgment of some sort?
Well, it doesn't affect, it doesn't make any impact necessarily greater or lesser, because you have to judge the impact on whether it impacts upon an element that contributes to the cultural significance of the asset, upon the appreciation, understanding and significance of it.
If it's scheduled, Ms. Garcia, then it's of national importance and is likely to have a greater effect on cultural significance, is it not? Because somebody has made that judgment already.
I don't necessarily agree. The cultural significance of the asset is the cultural significance of the asset. The importance of it comes in the decision making. So, for example, if you wanted to do something to the fabric of the scheduled monument, you would require scheduled monument consent, which is a separate process to the planning process.
Please don't digress. Please don't digress. The asset is of national importance. You're being asked to assess its impact on its cultural significance. What I'm suggesting to you is that national importance gives it an elevated status, which almost by definition means that it's going to have a greater impact on the cultural significance of the monument. Is that not fair?
No, I disagree. The cultural significance is the cultural significance. The importance comes in for the decision maker, because to understand the correct policies that need to be applied to the decision, where an impact is found.
We're here to help the reporter understand, are you saying these things are totally divorced from one another and separate components which should be weighed by her in the balance?
What separate components? Apologies if I'm missing the point.
Well, the assets of national importance, that's a given because it's a scheduled monument, correct?
Yes.
And you're asked to assess the significance of that asset, the impact of that asset on the cultural significance of a scheduled monument. What I'm putting to you is that because it is a nationally important monument, it has, by definition, a greater impact, a more important impact on the asset, on the culturally significant asset.
No, I don't agree. The impact is the impact, and then what matters is how that is dealt with by the decision maker. There are specific things that you need to take into account. So where you do find harm to an impact to the setting of an asset, you do then need to apply policy 7H2. Is that impact such that it forms a significant adverse impact on the integrity of the setting? But the impact is the impact. It doesn't make it any greater or lesser because it's a scheduled monument.
So if I understand your position, the fact that it bears a label, nationally significant, has no impact on the assessment of, I don't want to get too muddled with double negatives, it has no impact on the level of cultural significance that you find.
I think there is a point also to be made. You're talking about the legislative framework. We have to remember that scheduled monuments have no protection of their setting under the Ancient Monuments and Archaeological Areas Act. But to answer your question, the cultural significance of the asset, and I hate to repeat myself, is the cultural significance of the asset. It's the cultural significance of the scheduled monument. And we go to the designation guide, Annex 1, to help us with the intrinsic contextual and associative characteristics which form the cultural significance of a scheduled monument. But again, we need to remind ourselves that we're here today to discuss specifically significant adverse impacts on the integrity of setting. So, in short answer to your question, no.
All right, I'll take that from you. Thank you. It's a matter for submission in due course. As you rightly point out, the 1979 Act doesn't protect setting, for example, like listed buildings or conservation areas. And so in modern times, protection of setting really comes in, doesn't it, in NPF 4, in today's legislation or today's guidance?
I would agree with that. I think there's always been a consideration of setting in national and local planning policy, but it is the case that there is no legislative heft behind that.
Thank you. Just in passing, rarity value. The EIA tells us, and other authors tell us, that these recumbent stone circles are generally found only in Aberdeenshire and South West Ireland. That sounds to me like quite a rare type of asset across the United Kingdom and Ireland. Does that rarity weigh in the balance of cultural significance?
I think given that the fabric of this asset is not going to be harmed, I don't disagree that it could, but I think in this case, no. They are rare nationally, but they are found across Aberdeenshire. But I think it's not an element that goes towards the assessment of significant adverse effects on the significant adverse impacts on the integrity of setting for the purposes of these two assets.
The 1979 Act is a UK Act, so it's looking right across the country, and the duty was first imposed on the Secretary of State before devolution. That's right, isn't it? So if we are told, and it seems to be agreed, that these assets only occur in essentially 2 regional locations across the islands of Great Britain and Ireland, that must give it an enhanced importance, mustn't it, in terms of cultural significance?
I don't think so. There will still be exactly the same number of recumbent stone circles before this scheme would be built as there would be after the scheme would be built. Their rarity wouldn't be changed in any way.
I don't understand that, Ms. Garcia, I'm sorry. There's only one Nelson's column, and it's therefore a rare asset because there's only one of them. So just extrapolate from that. There are only recumbent stone circles in 2 parts of the islands, and in Scotland, only one area really, which is what we're in this region. doesn't that say to you these are culturally more significant assets? Sorry, I didn't put that well. Assets of greater cultural significance.
I can't go with you there, I'm afraid. The rarity, whether there's 1, 10, 10,000, there will be the same number of these assets unchanged physically.
So what?
Before this scheme as there will be after. So rarity is not, the rarity will not be impacted by the scheme.
But you're not assessing cultural significance because there's going to be a scheme, by which you mean the wind farm. You're assessing cultural significance ipso facto of the assets themselves.
But rarity isn't a factor that goes towards setting.
No, I didn't say it was. You're not listening to my question. I'm sorry. I'm putting to you that rarity gives the asset, the two assets in this case, an enhanced cultural significance that would not be present if there were, let's say, recumbent stone circles in Yorkshire and Hertfordshire and North Wales and Sutherland and everywhere else. You can go and see them anywhere. But if you want to come and see them in the mainland of Great Britain, you have to come here.
I do not agree that it gives them an enhanced cultural significance. These assets are scheduled monuments, which you yourself have said mean they are of national importance. The rarity does not give them an enhanced cultural significance. The cultural significance is inherent in the monument itself.
All right, I'll take that from you, and again, it's a matter for submission. I'd like to explore with you the question of the use. Sorry, ma'am, tell me if I'm going too fast, please. The use. You talked about, you've talked a little bit about setting, and you've talked about quite a lot this afternoon with Mr. Miller about various theories about use. You're not opting for any preferred understanding of what the use of the RFCs was, are you?
We've taken the view that all options should be given equal weight because we do not know and we cannot know what the true function. As I've said, it might be one of the theories put forward. It might be lots. It might be nothing we could ever dream of. So that's why the position has been taken to give equal weight.
I understand that, and you made that very clear this morning, perhaps more than once, but you're not opting for any, you're not siding with Richards and Cumming or Ruggles or Burl or any of the other authors. You're not saying, in your experience, which we read is quite extensive, you're not saying, in my opinion, the inside-outside approach is to be preferred. You're not doing that, are you?
For the purposes of this assessment, no.
So does that mean that if you take all of the proposed uses and say you've considered them all, that actually use doesn't matter? Because it could be one of 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 choices. Therefore, it doesn't matter cultural significance. What we've got is an asset which we can touch and feel, see it in its context, but use doesn't matter because we just don't know.
I think that's quite a bold proposition to say that use doesn't matter. It clearly had a use, but...
Well, why?
Sorry?
Why? Why do you say it clearly had a use?
Because otherwise, are you saying that, well, it's not for me to put questions to you.
You can if you like, but I won't answer.
It would have, I say it clearly would have had a use because there are a number of them across Aberdeenshire and they are all have uniform elements. In fact, even intrinsically, they had a use in enclosing. Even if nothing else, they had a use in enclosing a cairn. So even if nothing else, they were a monument to signify the location of a cairn. So they, even if nothing else, they had a funerary use. But I think your proposition that use doesn't matter is very bold, and it clearly does. But we don't know what it is. And you can say that for any prehistoric, well, not any, the majority of these sorts of ritualistic prehistoric monuments.
We don't even know that it was ritualistic, do we? Might just be a gathering place.
Possibly.
We just don't know.
Possibly, but that wouldn't change. But if it was simply a gathering place, what about that would change as a result of the scheme?
Well, that's a fair response, and I take it on board, and I will deal with it. But your approach and that of Beth Gray is to lump all these possible uses into one basket and say we don't know which is to be preferred, therefore we are giving them equal weight. You're not actually doing that, are you? You're not weighing one and then the other and then the other and then the other. You're simply saying, there they are, to the reporter. Make up your own mind.
I don't think we're saying, there they are, make up your own mind to the reporter. We've set out what the functions are, and where those functions have a conflict, let's put it like that, with the proposed scheme, we have set that out and said, here you are, here is one potential function, it's the view southwest over the recumbent. That will change. We absolutely accept that as a result of the scheme being in place. Here's the level of impact. We do not think it passes the threshold for the purposes of Policy 7H2.
So central to this is an assessment, a judgment made under 7H2. Absolutely central to your evidence being accepted.
Isn't that what all assessments on setting of scheduled monuments are, an assessment of the policy as set out in 7H2? The question is asked, is it a significant adverse impact to the integrity of setting? And that's the question to be answered.
Yes, and that's the question that requires judgment. That's right, isn't it?
It requires judgment supported by an evidential basis, which we have demonstrated through all of our documents, coming to a position of an answer of no. The experience, understanding and appreciation of the factors of setting are adequately retained. It is our judgment for both of these stone circles.
You don't make any judgment about use at all. You simply say these are the my academic predecessors, if you like, your academic predecessors who have thought about this and studied the stone circles. But you don't make any judgment about preferred use.
But quite rightly, because who are we to say that to select one of the, gosh, we must have discussed 10 different functions potentially of these assets. Who are we to select one of those and run with it? Which one would we select? And therefore, that's why it would be in our interests, absolutely, to select one of the functions that didn't rely on outward views, of which there are a number. But we have been absolutely transparent and looked at all functions in order to provide a clear and comprehensive evidence base for the reporter to consider.
Right, I'd like you to pick up, please, your Environmental Impact Assessment Report and find Chapter 7 and go to paragraph 7.6.47. 7.6.47. Now, just to be clear, was Beth Gray the author of this chapter?
I believe so, yes. Yes.
It came from Pegasus anyway.
Sorry?
It came from Pegasus, your company.
It came from, the applicant gave me the documents.
Right, we'll perhaps explore that a little more closely. It doesn't matter just now. If you've got the paragraph in front of you, 7.6.47, it reads, insinuates a specific focus, which is, quote, commonly accepted, unquote. The lunar connection frames a specific and obvious hill within the wider landscape, suggesting that recumbent stone circles were created to be viewed from the inside out, looking towards the horizon. What I'd like to put to you is that is expressing a clear preference for that theory.
I disagree. It's simply setting out that this is what Ruggles says. We are presenting one option, one function. We don't, there is no judgment, no value judgment given around that paragraph that says, this is our view, this is our favoured view.
Commonly accepted? That expresses a view, doesn't it?
expresses that it is a commonly accepted view. It doesn't say this is our view. It says it's a commonly accepted view.
All right, let's move on. We're assessing the impact of the wind farm on the integrity of the setting of the monuments. Now, it's axiomatic, isn't it, that in order to do that, we first have to decide on the extent of the setting. Is that something you do, or Beth Gray does, or your landscape colleagues do?
With regards to cultural significance and setting, that is something that is the remit of the historic environments or the cultural heritage consultant employed to undertake the work.
That rather begs the question of whether setting can have two meanings. Does it have a different meaning to a landscape architect than to a heritage consultant?
Well, setting has a very specific meaning set out in the glossary of MPF4 and in the Managing Change Guidance, that it's the way in which the surroundings contribute to how the asset is understood, experienced and appreciated. That is solely related to cultural heritage. Matters of landscape are not, landscape should not stray into cultural heritage, and similarly, although there might be elements that relate, heritage and landscape are two different things.
You didn't answer my question. Is it possible that there are two meanings for setting, one which is applied by your landscape colleagues and one which is applied by you?
I have to be honest, I'm not sure of the question, because my landscape colleagues wouldn't look at the setting of heritage assets, because that's something for the heritage experts, the heritage consultants to do.
Well, with respect, is that not a bit hair-splitting? You're presenting a unified environmental impact assessment report from your consultancy, covering a wide range of topics, 13 or 14 chapters, in the usual way for wind farms.
Mr. Campbell, it's not from Pegasus. This was drafted by SLR.
Thank you. I'm obliged. I'm happy to be corrected on that. Do you know whether... No, perhaps I'll put the question to you this way. NPF4 has a glossary in which it defines setting. That's right, isn't it?
That's correct.
And it says clearly setting is more than the immediate surroundings of a site or building, may be related to function or use, or how it was intended. Sorry, I'll wait for you to find it. Got it now? It's right at the end. It's right at the end. It's more than the immediate surroundings, may be related to function or use, or how it was intended to fit into the landscape, the view from it, or how it is seen from areas round about, or areas that are important to the protection of the place. It's the surroundings of a historic asset or place contribute to how it's understood, appreciated, and experienced. So it's the first part of that definition that is interesting for our purposes. It's not simply a geographical limitation around the building, is it? Not simply a distance function.
No, and that's very specific, because as not to put words into their mouths, all of the HES people sitting in this room today will know you can't simply draw a line around an asset and say, here is its setting, because the setting it changes all the time. And so you cannot simply define it. It's on a case-by-case basis, the setting of a heritage asset.
On a case-by-case basis?
Yes, it's not a one-size-fits-all concept.
No, but you can't have your cake and eat it. You can't say in this case it's X and in that case it's Y, because there are no hard and fast rules to apply, are there?
Well, not to completely contradict, but yes, a setting of an asset is assessed on the setting of that asset. There are principles that each particular type of asset will share. For example, a milestone. The setting of a milestone almost always is closely related to the road which it is next to. But you must consider each asset individually, otherwise you risk not presenting a robust case or or presenting, not the full picture of what the setting of that asset is.
Quite so. And therefore, in relation to recumbent stone circles, if all of the theories about the use of the recumbent stone circle have equal weight on your evidence, then it's not just a matter of geography, is it? But it's also a matter of possible use.
Yes.
That's what the definition says. That's what the definition says.
Yes, I agree. I agree with that, yes.
And if we look then at the juxtaposition of this asset with the ridge on the Hill of Fare and the nature of the development which is proposed. Sorry, are you uncomfy? Would you like to?
No, it's just these chairs are gratingly uncomfortable, but I'm okay. It's fine.
You want to pause? Just tell me.
Honestly, please, do carry on.
I've forgotten my question now, I'm sorry.
You talk about juxtaposition of the asset. And
Yes, it's not just about simple distance between 2 points. It's about a consideration of possible uses for the asset, where those are unknown, as here, and the nature of the proposed development. This development is to lie on a ridge 2 and a bit kilometres from the asset. It consists of tall, modern objects which are moving and which will be there for, according to the evidence, 25 years at least. So, are we in agreement that the ridge of the Hill of Fare is within the setting of these monuments?
I agree with you that distance is not necessarily a factor because of that point I said about drawing a line. I think it's not that the ridge of the Hill of Fare is in the setting, it's that view southwest from the recumbent takes in that that particular view of the Hill of Fare, and that's where the impact has arisen from. So I would say that the land of the Hill of Fare does not form part of the setting, but views towards it does, because we've accepted that, and we've accepted that an impact arises from that.
Well, a view, as in something I can see, it doesn't equate to a setting. The setting is a physical component of the asset and its surroundings. What I'm putting to you, and I don't think you really answered the question, what I'm putting to you is that the proposed development will be fairly and squarely situated within the setting of the monuments.
I don't agree that setting is only about physical elements. The HES Managing Change guidance is very clear, and we've also talked about it today, about sense of place, intangible aspects such as a relationship, not talking about these assets, but a relationship with a historical figure, for example. Those can all form parts of setting that are not physical. So I disagree that setting is simply a physical concept. And then I don't agree. I agree that the view towards the Hill of Fare forms part of the setting, but I don't agree that the Hill of Fare itself, as a piece of land, does form part of the setting. Okay. So, for example, if you wanted to put something very small on the Hill of Fare, that's not going to impact upon the setting, because it's not the land itself that's important, it's the view southwest.
So you're accepting that in the view southwest there will be these large modern industrial objects which are moving, and it just so happens they're on the ridge of the Hill of Fare, and that's how you judge a setting.
It is acknowledged that turbines will be located in the view looking southwest from both of the assets.
So that's yes. Yes to my question.
I've put it how I've put it.
Well, I think it's a fair question. I really need to understand what criteria, well, perhaps I can move on. I'll ask you then what criteria you apply to a judgment about the extent of setting. Because clearly, if it's not in the setting, then 7H2 doesn't apply. When you're exercising, let me put it another way, when you're exercising professional judgment to reach a view to inform your assessment, what criteria do you apply?
When undertaking an assessment of the setting of an asset for the purposes of any, for any assessment, but it also applies to an assessment of setting in order to answer the policy 7H2 question, the guidance is set out in document 11.2, which is the managing change guidance, which sets out 3 clear stages of identify, define and analyse and evaluate.
Yes.
And so those are the stages that I would follow. You identify the assets, you analyse and define their setting. There's helpfully a list of some suggested questions and prompts, some of which we went to this morning about how do the present surroundings contribute to our ability to appreciate. And then, and in that stage 2, in document 11.9, at page 9, it specifically says key viewpoints to, from and across the setting should be identified. And then stage 3 is the evaluate the potential impacts of the proposed changes, again prompted by a series of suggestions of factors to consider when assessing setting. So that is the criteria that I apply, not necessarily to the extent of setting, but in order to understand what the extent of setting might be.
Are 2 of those criteria or 2 of those factors magnitude of the proposed change and the sensitivity of those who might be using that view or looking at that view?
Not when coming to a view of what the setting is, that the magnitude of change, to use EIA parlance in that way, or let's just call it the impact, that does come into effect at stage 3, because that's evaluate the impacts on the proposals. In terms of a viewer of those changes, yes, that comes into the experiential point, but we must remember that as heritage, the heritage element, we are assessing the impact on the historic asset itself.
Yeah. Is the exercise that you've just described coloured in any way by the knowledge that you have of your client's ambitions for the site, for the proposal?
No. My opinion is entirely my own and objective and professional to help the reporter.
Yes, but you're here to report to a wind farm developer about the impact of the wind farm on this particular location.
No, Mr. Campbell, I am here to help the reporter come to in her decision-making process.
Well, with great respect, Beth Gray and yourself have both reached views in this report, which obviously are predicated upon the desire of your client to build the wind farm.
Mr. Campbell, please be careful. I think that's enough.
I didn't hear what you said.
I don't think it's a very fair question, and I think Ms Garcia did set out some places where she disagreed with the previous consultant.
Perhaps I can put the question neutrally, and of course no offence is meant. Is your judgment informed in any way by the ambitions of your client?
No.
Thank you. What are the characteristics of the development which is proposed in this site?
Do you mean what is the development? It's a 16-turbine wind farm.
Very large and moving.
It's a 16-turbine wind farm.
All right.
Mr Campbell, how much more time do you think you need?
Sorry, I don't know wasn't watching the clock. Not very long, actually. 10 or 15 minutes, probably max.
Okay, well, I'll finish at past, that's 12 minutes, and then we can
We'll see if we can race the
resume.
clock.
about it. If Mr. Campbell finishes at 4:30, I think you said you had not many questions. I've probably got 10 minutes. For the sake of finishing with this witness, it may be worth it. I just asked a question.
Okay, I'm happy to try that if we all do manage the time as we've said.
Ms Garcia, would you take up Beth Gray's report, please, and go to page 30?
Page 30.
30, yeah. Are you there? Yes. At 4.1.1.4, she concludes a moderate effect on the setting of sun honey was determined as found in the EIA. However, the understanding and appreciation of the monument and the ability to experience will be adequately retained. The proposed development will not therefore have a significant adverse impact on integrity. Now, what I've understood that to mean is that because a component is retained, a component of understanding, that therefore means that the integrity is not significantly or adversely impacted. And I'm very sorry, but I'm sure it's my fault, but I don't understand that.
So our conclusion is that the understanding and appreciation of the monument will not experience change, but the ability to experience the monument, that is through that view southwest, would experience a slight change, and that's where the adverse impact has arisen from. However, the level of that slight change, in our view, is not so significant as to mean that the elements of understanding, appreciation and experience are not adequately retained.
Well, I'm sure it's my fault, but I don't understand it. Please look at the next again paragraph, 4.1.1.5. A minor effect was determined in the EIA. This is not considered significant in EIA terms and would adequately retain the ability to understand, appreciate, etc., etc. What is it that led the author to conclude in the one case that the impact was a moderate one and the other was a minor one?
So those conclusions relate back to the conclusions within the EIA, and they relate to the EIA process and the sort of the matrix approach. It's a bit difficult to explain perhaps without going to the EIA, but the level of impact in the EIA identified for sun honey was moderate, and the level of impact identified for Christchurch was low. And that is because of the assessment that was undertaken and the level of change that would have happened. So a slightly higher level of change is acknowledged for sun honey, and a low level of change, considering the setting, is considered for Christchurch. So because of that, when inputted into the matrix process, that's what comes out with a moderate effect, and that's what comes out with a minor effect.
I understand that. What are the factors which made the difference?
So the factors in between...
What are the factors? Sorry, I had my microphone's on. What are the factors that made the difference?
So for sun honey, it's acknowledged that the slight change, that the change in the view to the southwest and possibly, the lunar and celestial alignments is of a greater magnitude than the change in the view southwest to Christchurch. It is that difference in the level of change that has caused the difference in level of the effects that are set out at 1.4 and 1.5. I won't say them all, they're dead long.
I'm still not understanding what the component is which was different from the one to the other. Is it the level of visibility?
It's the greater level of visibility that one would get from sun honey, illustrated well on 13.26, the winter visualizations. It's the greater level of visibility that occurs at sun honey as opposed to the very limited visibility that occurs at Christchurch.
So is this about trees, in effect?
It's about levels of visibility as demonstrated on the winter visualizations.
No, answer my question, please. Is it about trees?
It's not solely about trees, there are other factors. As I've already said before, with Sun Honey, you've got the modern developments, you've got the forestry on the slopes. So it isn't solely about trees, but yes, the trees do, especially around Christchurch, form even in winter, an extremely filtering screen.
Extremely filtering.
An extreme filter, let's put it like that then.
Filtering the views.
Yes.
So it's the vegetation filtering the views which has made the difference.
No, because also, as was demonstrated, Mr. Milne took me through what aspects of the turbines you could see, for example, from each one, and it was clear that the turbines were slightly more prominent in Sun Honey than they were for Christchurch. So it's not necessarily and solely the trees screening it and the level of screening provided by those trees. It is the fact that in Sun Honey, the turbines are slightly more visible in the view. Because
there are fewer trees in the way.
Well, no, I think the visualizations show that there are a greater number of turbines, extent of turbines visible when compared to the visualizations that the wireframe, that we looked at for Christchurch.
Right. So it's about, we can agree, I think it's about visibility.
A change in view and what that view contributes to the setting of the assets.
All right, the extent of visibility, I'll stand corrected.
Yes, the extent to which the turbines change aspects of the view that contribute to the setting of the assets.
So that's a yes, is it? You're answering the questions, not me.
It's as I've said, it's the change, it's the change to the elements of the view that contribute to the setting.
I've got two more points to ask you about, which are quite quick. Sorry, ma'am. You talk about intrinsic, or this report talks about intrinsic and associative elements and not sustaining any physical impact. If you're thinking about setting, and then you're thinking about intrinsic and associative elements, how does a historic heritage consultant like you rank these things? Do you put them all in a basket and see what weight you give to each of them? Do you look at them separately? Do you look at them together and divide by 3? How does it work?
I think for the purposes of policy 7H2, you have to look at setting in and of itself. The cultural significance of an asset is important, but for the purposes of why we're here today, it's a policy 7H2 question. Mm-hmm. So setting is not given any more weight than any other particular element of the asset. It is a matter of fact and an agreed position that there will be no physical harm to this asset, and it is noted that physical harm would require a scheduled monument consent, but there is no particular weight given to any, setting isn't given any more weight. It isn't more important than the physical fabric, let's say that.
All right, thank you. And finally, should I ask you about what policy 7H means, 7H2 means, or is that a question for the my learned friend on your right?
I think the policy hearing.
Policy
I think the
witness.
policy hearing.
Sorry, just 1 second. Yeah, that's all, Ms. Garcia. Thank you so much for your help.
Okay, just give me a few seconds. Thank you very much. I'm going to try and get away without referring to documents, but if you need me to, tell me. I had a question about the approach to Sun Honey from the east we've looked a couple of times at a photograph in one of the inquiry reports of the path that leads up from the farm. And I was going to ask a question about whether we know how long that path's been there or how long people have approached from the east. And you mentioned this to a bit. I think you described it as a modern path or a current path. The reason I was asking is that there are plans, I think the 1827 or 1829 plan, which you looked at to show the plantation wall and the trees, it has the same field pattern around the monument. There's a sort of like a quadrant field pattern with a setting at the middle. And I just wondered whether it was potentially possible that that path might be fairly old or approaching from the east might have happened in the past.
So I think you're referring to the 1869 Ordnance Survey map. I don't usually. Let's start again. Footpaths are indicated sometimes on and trackways, for example, are indicated on Ordnance Survey maps. There is no. I absolutely agree that the field pattern of that quadrant sort of converging with the stone circle in the centre is there on that map, but there is nothing to indicate that there is a pathway or any sort of approach along that field boundary. It's simply a field boundary that still exists today, absolutely, but it hasn't. For example, you can see the track leading up to Sunhoney and sort of beyond. There is nothing to indicate that any sort of footpath was taken in from that eastern approach.
Okay, so it would just be guesswork.
Yes.
How it was approached in the past. Okay.
Yes.
There's a question about the trees, the condition of the trees now. There's been quite a lot of discussion when you were being cross-examined by Mr. Milne about the condition of the trees now and in the past, possibly in the future. I just wondered if there was a specific part of the applicant's evidence that assesses the condition of the trees or potential future condition of the trees.
I am not aware of any specific tree condition survey, for example, that has been undertaken, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. And the last question, it's page 30 of Beth Gray's inquiry report, document 1332, the conclusions.
Sorry. What was the reference again?
0013032.
Yeah.
And it's the conclusions in 4.1.1.4 and 4.1.1.5, where both times you say, or the writer says, there'll still be an ability to experience each setting.
Yes.
And I just wanted to check whether, so where you bring everything to a conclusion here, it's focusing on the fact that there will still be an ability to experience the setting. And I wanted to know how distinct is an ability to still experience it from the way in which, or the quality of the experience, and whether that's a bit of a simplification of the wording there.
I think that the inability to experience it will be is related largely to those points I made in my examination in chief about those intrinsic, the experience of the intrinsic qualities of the stones and their immediate surroundings, and the reduction in experience, I think, as I've said, is however much that view to the southwest contributes, there will be a reduction in that ability to experience it because of the turbines in that view. However, that reduction, we still take into account that the ability to experience all of the other elements that I've been talking about will be retained. And that reduction in that section of experience allows the adequate retention to go to the agreed wording, allows the adequate retention of all three elements of understanding, appreciation and experience, if that helps.
Okay, so in those two sentences, there's not a suggestion there that as long as you can still experience it, that's good enough on the experience point.
I think, sorry, can you put that to me again, ma'am?
Yeah, I was just asking these two conclusions here. Are they suggesting that as long as it's still possible to go to and experience the asset, that's good enough for what you should expect to have to retain for the experience element of the three strands?
I think that is part of it, but also we don't, whilst we accept there is an impact to the experience in the view southwest, that view southwest will not be obliterated. It will not be completely blocked. It will not be changed to the extent that one could no longer appreciate those aspects which do contribute. So yes, indeed, the retention of those elements of experience are important, but also we're not saying that those other elements are going to be completely removed. So actually there is quite a level of adequate retention of those elements. That's our case.
That's fine, that's all my questions. So I'll pass back to Mr. Trinick.
Thank you, ma'am. I can be very quick. Just 4 questions. Ms. Garcia, you were taken by Mr. Milne to the HEPS policies in document 11.7, and you might just take up 11.7 and go to page 9, where you see HEP 4. You've probably got documents everywhere, my apologies. If you go to page 9, HEP 4, and Mr. Milne put some questions to you in the context of your approach to impacts on setting, and it says, HEP 4 says changes to specific assets and their context should be managed in a way, etc. My sole question is, do you equate context with setting?
I think context can form part of setting, but setting is a much wider concept than simply context.
Thank you. In questions to you, Mr. Milne used phrases, a dramatic impact on the view, a very clear change in the view. Are these phrases you recognised in the context of a cultural heritage assessment?
No, because simply appearing in a view, and even if one were to accept a dramatic interpretation, simply having a development appear in a view is not necessarily harmful, does not necessarily cause an impact in and of itself, and that guidance is taken from the EIA handbook which is 11.9 at paragraph 43 of appendix 1. Sorry, I closed that one down, please excuse me. It's definitely appendix 1. I'm just getting there, please excuse me. Yes, paragraph 43. And that reads, it's on page internal page 181 of the PDF of that. And that paragraph 43 reads, when considering setting impacts, visual change should not be equated directly with an adverse impact. Rather, the impact should be assessed with reference to the degree that the proposal affects those aspects of setting that contribute to the asset's cultural significance. So to go back to your point, dramatic or not, the impact would have to, its simple visual change is not necessarily an adverse impact, but nevertheless, I don't accept that they're a dramatic change in the first place.
My third question. Do you see the same sense coming out of what is recommended there?
No. The recommendation in 1545 is almost more sort of in archaeological parlance, a watching brief to look at the health and stability of the trees as a first step. It's certainly not a blanket sort of death sentence for all of the trees within the surroundings of the assets. So no, I don't see the spirit of that sentence reflected in the recommendations of this report.
My final question takes us back to the EIA handbook, which you've, I'm sure, got to hand. Mr. Campbell asked you questions about national importance, and you answered by reference to the EIA process, and you did refer to the handbook. And I'm sure Mr. Campbell will forgive me for leading you to one degree later in the day, taking you to internal page 184, where we see the EIA process set out in terms of magnitude and the assessment of significance. Yeah. When you're there, ma'am. Internal page 184. So we've got magnitude, I'm not concerned with that. We go over the page to assess Appendix 1, Figure 2, example of scale of sensitivity of historic environment acceptors. Do we see there national and lesser importance recognised?
In that Appendix 1, Figure 2, that sets out that there are 3 levels of sensitivity, high, medium, low, with the high sensitivity being World Heritage Sites. Category A, Category B, listed buildings,
That's okay.
etc., etc.
And would you use this table or something like it during the EIA process to come to a view on the significance of the impact?
As if I was undertaking an EIA, this table or something of its kind, I would use that, yes.
Thank you, ma'am. That's the re-examination.
Okay, thank you very much. That brings your work to an end. So we're going to resume tomorrow. It'll start with Mr. Milne taking his evidence in chief from his witness. Would you to start at 10 a.m? And I think the general consensus is that's still the preferred time. Well, we'll see everybody then.
Sorry.
I was just checking 10 a.m. was still the preferred time tomorrow. Yes. Okay, well, I'll see you all at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Thank you.